Ses ses ses ses. Şu an sesimin geliyor olması lazım. Tabi bunlar takipçiler. Twitch'ten kaldı, onları da kapatayım. Alertleri kapatalım. Chat de oradan. Uyarı kutusu da oradan. Etkinlik listesi de orada. Ses ses ses ses. Şu an sesimin geliyor olması lazım. Evet, sesimiz geliyor ki. Oyunun sesi geliyor mu, ona da bakacağım. Chat de oradan. Oyunun sesi geliyor mu, ona da bakacağım. Oyunun sesi geliyor. Daha ben bir tık sesimi açsam daha iyi, daha da iyi olabilir. Ses ses ses ses ses. Şimdi karakter seçiyoruz sanırım. Oğlum, Türkçe dil seçeneği yok muydu? Sensitive figure, create your own. Extremely intelligent, very bad with people. Knows first comes up with original ideas. Very good person. Lose his mind. Ben Tinker'ı seçmek istiyorum. Oyuna girer girmez bunu başlattı. Ayarlar yok değil mi? Dur, ayarlara bakacağım. Begin. Back tuşu varmış oradan. Keşke değiştirseydim.
There is nothing, only warm primordial blackness. Your conscious ferments in it, no larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore. Ever, never, ever.
Abi bir dakika. Ben buraya hemen geçmek istiyorum. Çünkü lobiye çıkmam lazım. Ana yere çıkmam lazım. Niye SC çalıştırmıyorsun ki? Nasılmış o? Bir yayını beğendi, eyvallah. Türkçe var çünkü oyunda, biliyorum. Evet. Şimdi ana menüye dön. Bir daha başla. Ben onu ayarlamayı unuttum. Seyahat kolay gelsin ustam. Eyvallah ustam. Başlayalım Umut. Bak kanka, oyunu anlatayım. Oyunda dedektifiz. Kişilik türlerimizi buradan seçiyoruz. Kendimiz oluşturabiliyoruz. Düşünür son derece zekidir. İnsanlarla arası çok kötüdür. İlginç bilgilere hakimdir ve orijinal fikirleri vardır. Hassas, fazlasıyla psikolojiktir. Çekici bir kişiliğe sahiptir. Fakat biraz dengesizdir. Aklını kaybetmeye başlayabilir. Saldırgan, aşırı fizikseldir. Dünya ile bedeni aracılığıyla etkileşime geçer. Başladığı bir işi bitirir ama kafası pek çalışmaz. Ben düşünür seçtim. Yayın kalitesi, ses filan iyi kanka. Webcam koymaya müsait olma. Kanka webcam koymak istemedim.
There is nothing.
Yine deli İngilizce.
Only warm primordial blackness. Your conscious ferments in it, no larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore.
Oyun güzel zaten. De bakalım ilk defa oynayayım. Bilincimi karanlıkta mayalanır. Bir malt tanecik kadar küçük. Artık hiçbir şey yapmana gerek yok.
Ever.
Hiç.
Never, ever.
Hiç ama hiç mi var olmayını sürdürebilir?
Never, ever, ever, baby. An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it.
Adliyeden uzun bir süre geçer ama onların içinde mücadeleden eser yok. Eski işlerden de.
An awareness creeps up on you. A mass lies hidden in your dead angle, soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful, a ball of meat surrounding you. This is a terrible line of questioning, and it will only lead to more awareness of the meat thing.
Ex-love, ex-tenderness. It is foolish of you to resurface to the loss. Not after all the damage you suffered to get here. Some of it irreversible. Stay. Sail with me through the abyss of pelagic zone.
Yakıcı ışığı ve bana bir şeyler vermek istemeni, sanırım bir şeyler istemeyi severim.
Alright, nothing town to fuck all borough.
Sükunete gidiş dönüş bir bilet lütfen. Hadi artık şey Aa bak bu tür dayanılmaktan mutluluğumu sanmamaya başlamadım.
Not you. Your days of giving a shit and being that type of animal are over. Do you really? The song of death is sweet and endless. But what is this? Somewhere in the sore, bloated man meat around you. Like a fly to the ointment, your conscience sticks to it.
Kanka
The
scare
limbed
yok
and
ya.
headed
Jumpscare.
machine of pain and undignified suffering is firing up again. It wants to walk the desert, hurting, longing, dancing to disco music.
The stench of liquor rises from your mouth, and with it, an ungodly headache. A fiery streak penetrates your skull, trying to force your eyes open. It's a sound, a clarion call from hell.
Somehow, you know what it is. A caprice can name a motor carriage.
Kanka oyunda beynimizde kişilikler var gibi düşün. Farklı şeyleri düşünebiliyor. O kişiliklerin sesi. Kişilik denir mi tam olarak bilmiyorum da. Seslendirmede de Türkçe var. Oğlum ya bu oyun bak şimdi bak. Ben bu oyunu sevdim. Hocam. Sen ne diyorsun ya? Seslendirme üzerine bir tık kısalım ama. Her şeyi bir tık kısalım.
You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants. It says whirling in rags on the aluminium key ring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. The whirling in rags is a hostel cafeteria on the urban coast, frequented by dock workers.
Oğlum çok iyi lan. Ama Türkçe olmadı ses. Ses niye Türkçe olmadı? Orada patladık bir tık. Seçenekler. Seslendirme ortam. Psikolojik klasik. Hocam burada Türkçe diyor. Neyse siktir et. Nesneleri göstermek için top tuşlaması satıyor. Galiba bir şarkı çalındı sırada kısıtlı bir ışın yerinden çıkarmış. Sesin kanka. Kanka onu evet ben de fark ettim. Neden bilmiyorum. Olmadı.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in.
Mikrofon sesi. Dışarıya bakalım. 9 hasarı incele. Görsel analiz yüksek %92. Bu bir beyaz sınama. Bunu tekrar deneyebiliriz. Bu ne lan?
The
Dışarıya
morning
bakayım.
light hurts your eyes. It's hazy, but you see the ocean and some war-torn buildings. The morning light hurts your eyes. It's hazy, but you see the ocean and the shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside. A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent. More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact.
Tutulan bir nesneden çok fırlatılan bir şeye benziyor. Yerde vurmak için kullanılan bir aracın çarpmadan sonra geri çekilmesi dökülmüş olması gereken parçalar yok. Dur ben ne yapıyorum? Çarpma bölgesinin büyüklüğünü belirle.
It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. You're looking for something heavy and larger than your fist. Like the green shoe that's on the hat rack in the corner, which, coincidentally, is missing
Allah
its
Allah.
friend.
Tesadüfe bak.
Congratulations, you smashed the window with your own shoe. Now you only have one. If you're lucky, you can still find the other on the balcony outside. The door to it should be outside your room.
Belki ben
You
yapmamışımdır.
mean someone else took your shoe off and smashed the window with it? This
Olabilir.
person also forced the drinks on you.
Orta başarılı, Bu mantık anlamadım. Görseliniz iyi ama. Gidip
The cool
ayakkabısını
wind gushes in. Your toes curl up from the cold.
bitir. Cama baktık. Bu ne hocam? Kravat mı?
This fan has two chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades.
Önce vantilatörün ipini çekeyim
The
bence.
blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier
Evet
to
bence
reach
de.
the tie now.
Kravatı alayım.
You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap. It's released from the blade. What you have in your hand is a truly hideous necktie with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose. A terrible mistake. Turn the lights off immediately. You can practically feel the photons burning a hole in your brain. Your eyes burn with photosensitivity.
Ya.
It's not good.
Ampulün
lights
ipini çek.
are off again.
Bitir. Abi ben ışığı açmak istemiştim. Belki etrafı daha iyi görürüz falan filan. Carçurt sarsurt. Kör olduk amk. Kötü işler, şarap, bira ve tatlı likör şeyleri. Buranın nasıl kötü koktuğunu anlatmaya kelimeler etmez. Buraya bir şair gönderselermiş. Beyaz saten gömlek. Havlu.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off.
Ayı.
Was this not the same Elo that founds empires and lays waste to cities, virile, uncaring towards the little things? Probably not, no.
Huh.
Hot water sprays from the faucet's base, and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the vague impression of a man. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor.
Cidden mi? Hiç mi?
Really, all recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the world you're in has drowned in a sea of blood alcohol. This was no mere night of drinking. It was a deluge of world-ending proportions.
Tam aynayı
As
silelim.
you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror. Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it.
Ya bana ne abi, kendimi bilmeliyim bence. Belki önce bir dokunsam izin herhangi bir sorun olmadığına emin olsam. Bir dokunalım.
There is definitely something wrong with it. Where to even begin? There is the bloatedness, then the swollenness. It's like there's an upholstery of alcohol underneath your skin.
Aynayı hemen sil abi.
Behold,
Tamam, çok da fena değil yani.
you have no idea who this thing is, do you?
Tövbe resmi tabii ki var. Bu bir nevi süperstarım sanırım ben. Süperstarım. Müzmin bir alkolün yüzü bu.
Too late. You clearly have rigor mortis on your face. Oh wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why? Please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself. Oh my God. You can't stop. It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face and now it won't come off. What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
Tarifi mümkün değil. Sanırım bunun amacı davetkar görünmek, hanımlar için olsa gerek. Hafiften sempatik olduğumu ima ediyorum. Bence beceriyorum da altın çağını geride bırakmış üzgün biri gibi bir çekici var.
There might have been 10 years ago. It's little more than a cadaverous spasm now.
Ansiklopedi çok zor. İfadenin kaynağını bulmak için zihninin derinliklerine dal. İmkansız. Çok düşük. Sıradaki ifadeyi durdurmaya çalış. Şimdilik aynayı boş ver. %58 şansı var. Kaybetme olasılığımız da var. %3 çok düşük. Bu çok büyük bir risk. Şimdilik aynayı boş ver. Evet, seslendirmeler bayağı iyi bence de. Bir şey diyeceğim. Çantamızda neler var? Boyun. Kravatı taktın mı salak? Nereden geldiğini de bilmiyoruz. Benim bile olmayabilir. Sol el. Boş. Şapka. Yok. Ayakkabı giyeceğiz. Bu ne? Boş kaset makarası. Fiyat 0.50. Bir şeyler satabiliyoruz. Nice. O ayakkabının diğer tekini bul. Görevler. Harita. Haritamız yok. Ayakkabının diğer tekini bul. Kayda giriş pazartesi yalan derisine yapılmış yeşil ayakkabının teki kayıp. Vahşi dünyanın derinliklerine girmeden önce onu bulmasının bir ayakkabının nesi var? İki ayakkabının sesi var. Onları yeniden bir öne getir. Tamam. Lan dur. Of. Takvim galiba bu. Şu ablayla da bir konuşacağım. Takvime göre Mart ayının yazılısı 51.
Hello, officer.
Merhaba.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips.
Diskocu oranjani güzeli. Oranji güzeli. Klasiği.
Her eyes are brown and her face is speckled with birthmarks.
Yaşı en fazla
She
28.
can't be more than 28.
Hmm.
A silver jumpsuit falls off her like scale armor, sparkling. This is the sparkle of too many nights out on the city.
Memur mu? Ben icra memuru falan mıyım? Şişmiş yüzünü kadının üzerinde başka içeri.
No.
Dur biliyorum ben icrasını. Sallamayalım bence.
Because
Soralım.
you're a police officer, sir.
Sir. Emin misin? Peki polisim ulan bunu sakın unutma.
Okay, cool. I won't.
Ya şimdi polisin rolünü nereden biliyorsun?
First, I have to ask, are you okay, sir? You look like you're about to throw up. Can I bring you something?
She's right. Something wants to come out through your mouth, right in front of her, right here. It makes you put your hand on your stomach and swallow.
Ben iyiyim soruma cevap ver.
Sir, you've been here for 3 days. On official police business, no less.
Abi kadının suratına kusacağım değil mi?
Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
Teşekkür
You have
ederim.
no doubt about the drinking. But do you strike yourself as a tight-lipped drunk? She must have heard something.
İfade yolun üzerinden dene. Nerede olduğumu bilmiyor olabilirim. Kim olduğumu, Kıbrıs ne olduğumu veya sesin nasıl tanındı. Kadın adı Kıbrıs mıydı? Polis olduğunu hatırlamıyorum. Başka hiçbir şey de hatırlamıyorum. İnsan neden polis olmama izin vermiş ki? Gitmem gerekiyor. Neden onun istediğini arzuladığını göster. Tabii ki polisim ulan. Bu bir kırmızı sinema bunu. Şu zar olayını anlamadım hala. Ama o olayımız var. Sırpır. Gitmem
Of
gerekiyor.
course. Be careful, officer. They don't like the police around here.
Bana buraları gezdirsene.
Something stirs in you as she's about to go. Call it an instinct, a need. The need to ask questions. It's like you've said the words a million times before. She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
Yes. There was the usual ruckus. Loud disco music. I couldn't say. It's impossible to hear people speaking from over here.
Başka bir şeylerden bahsetmeyelim. Dünkü geceyi
Oh,
konuşalım.
yes. Various artists. Ostentatious orchestration prime among them.
İsmi hatırlamanı bekliyor. Ablacım hatırlamıyorum.
Oh, that. Yeah. Whoa. The less said about OO, the better.
OO were huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course, like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on.
Aynen yeninde yaşıyoruz. Çoğunlukla sayı zorlaşıyor değil mi?
I don't know about that.
Ananı satayım
Around
öteki
2
seçenek.
o'clock, disco stopped, and there was a change of pace. A
Oh.
slow, sad song started playing,
Bir dört
like
milyon.
organ music on repeat.
Öyle.
That went on for quite a while. Some of the time, you were yelling along to it.
Boy sanatçının ilişkisi kutusunu gösterdi. Ne söylüyordum bu kadar yeterli. Şimdi bu kesin bir sonuç gibi. Bu ama kadına soruyoruz. Kadın da biliyor da olabilir. Ben bunu
Yes,
sorayım.
there was a church in there, a really small church, like the smallest, saddest church in the whole world. It was about that. And also that it doesn't matter anymore and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself is very quiet and soft, but you sounded like a winded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it.
Sonra ne oldu? Ya niye özür diliyorum? Bende de yok.
Then you started screaming and trashed the place.
Tek başıma mıydım? Uyduruyorsun.
No, it didn't sound like there was a fight. It sounded like someone was trashing their room.
Peki.
A window was smashed. The tape player, probably. The song stopped. And furniture, too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then I think you passed out.
Başka bir şey var mıydı? Tam bana başka bir şeyler de almadığını söyle. Daha fazla şey olmadı. Bu kadar yeterli.
There was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I may have misheard, but it was sort of memorable. I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then, around 4 or 5. And that was it.
Neyse ben neredeyim? Bunu sorduk.
You're in a hostel, sir.
Pansiyonu eyvallah da. Dünyanın
You're in
neresindeyiz?
Revachol.
Revaşol.
Revachol is the disgraced former capital of the world, divided into zones of control under foreign occupation. Half a century after a failed world revolution, she is central to our moment in time.
You sure look like you're from Revachol. Revachol parties.
Her accent suggests she is not from around here. She's from Aranye, another part of the world.
Memleketi Oranje, dünyanın başka bir kısmı.
The dock workers are pretty cocky. They think they're police enough. At least here on the coast. I can't say about the rest of the city.
Liman işçileri oldukça kibirliler. Kendilerinin yeterince polislik yaptıklarını düşünüyorlar. En azından burada kıyıda öyle. Şehrin geri kalanını bilmiyorum.
It's 51.
Hangi yüzü?
The current century?
Allah senin
Centuries don't have numbers. They have names. And this is the current one.
mevcut ismini.
Civilization has existed for 8,000 years, sir.
Sir. Komik olan ne?
Yeah? Glad to have been of assistance.
Eyvallah. Bitir. Ben aşağı nasıl çıkacağım? Şuraya. 20 santigrat kısmı bulutlu. Küllükte güzel uzun bir hizmet bırakmış, hala tutuyor. Hiciv gazetesi Stromleri hafta sonu baskısı. Buradan başka bir şey yok sanırım, değil mi? Çantada ne var? Aşağı ineceğiz. Buradan gidiş yokmuş. Değil mi? Yol varmış. Tuhaf bir şey söylemekten çekinmeyen insanlar polis memuru gibi geçiyor. Şöyle. Ayakkabımın teki burada.
There they both are. Two identical shoes, both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin, like two baby crocodiles. Good, they're balanced. comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now, truth be told.
Bu ne? Ayakkabının ikisi bir oldu galiba. Sloganlık bekçi kırısı gibi muazzam topuklar. İşbirlik topuklar gereksiz yüksek. Deniz kokusu seni sersemletiyor. Denize yakın bir yerdeyiz. Yüzünde düz falan çarpıyordu. Abi altta çıkıyor, göremiyorum orayı. Ha yok, o değilmiş, okey. Kitli.
The door is closed.
Kapalı. Kapı kapalı.
There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on
Dıştan su sesi
somewhere
gelmeye
inside.
Oy.
This door can only be opened with a key or from the inside. Still no answer. Still nothing. Still nothing.
İyi bitir be, ama açmadılar. İçeriye de giremedik. Neredeyim lan? Ha.
You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul.
Huh.
Of course, at this point, precise measurements of your soul can only be performed from the outside.
Tabii ki
It
ben-
needs to be heard
Nasıl?
through a PA system by other people. You should sing the sad small church song from that tape you found. Thought it was obvious. No, don't sing the happy song. It's stupid.
Hı,
Sing the sad song.
tamam.
You would need another copy of the tape first, though. The one upstairs is destroyed.
Karaoke yap. Yeterince tırışık bir kız bu bir teybe takmanın ve şarkı sözlerini ezberlemen gerek. Sonra da kafelerin yüzünden sahneye çıkmak için iste. Bardağı kalabalık olur. Abi de karaoke görev çıktı ya.
A man in his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting a stuffed seabird. As you approach, he gives you a sideways glance, then looks down again. Everything is cool between you and this guy. He's a big fan. Make some small talk.
Olur şu şarkı.
No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager.
He's very animated all of a sudden. This seems like a touchy subject.
Mm-hmm.
A competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs. One of its wings broken. The man is trying to mend it. Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it, most likely on a wall.
Ailesi olan kalkan nere hocam?
This is the great skua. The seabird is the symbol for the discovery of the Insulindian Isola, the part of the world you are in right now.
Acaba buralar gerçek yerler mi?
The small steel tag says as much. The Great Skua. Stecoarius Skua.
Kuşa ne olduğunu anladık zaten. Kanı da kırılmış.
Look, your buddy is over there.
Bak kanka nerede?
Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
Aman tamam be. Ne? Yeni silmiş sadece palatsızlar. Dünkü menü bir kadın eli yazılmış. Bugünküsü de erken el yazısıyla başlıyor. Sos büyük bir kabarcık seni yüzeyini çıkarıyor. Ne bu? No sohbet be. İyileştirme eşyası alındı. Mutfak elektrik ve sıkıcının yumuşak kırılsızları biri çalışıyor belli ki. İhtimalle o kadın çalışıyor. İçerideki sendika eşyalarını görüyorsun. Bir grev pankartı ve kırmızı flamalar. Yemek sonu sendika üyelerine ayrılmıştır. Kafaları dörtte açılır. Royal Pinball makinesinin fişi takılı. Pinball. Şu ablayla konuşalım.
Hello, sweetie.
Merhaba tatlım canım.
You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
Ya ona gideriz ya. Beklesin o. Dur bir içeriye bakıyoruz abla. Kapı sürgülenmiş üzerine mutfak saat 1'de 1'e kadar personelmiş diyor. Buralarda bir şeyler var mı hocam? Tabela var. Yaz kapısı kışın kullanılamıyor. Tabi. Başka da bir şey kalmadı galiba. Hadi şu enayinin yanına gidelim. Kimmiş bu? Hop.
The theme on that pinball machine is a standard royalist theme, used on everything from pinball cabinets to full flavor cigarettes.
Alem ertifikasını. Alemeti fari. Bu ne demek bu? Türkçesi ne bunun?
Clinging to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back and cast out all the profiteers and homosexuals. Basically, imagine a yellow plastic crown with a liquor brand emblazoned on it. The sentiment is called anti-centennial nostalgia, pining for a time before the turn of the century. It's common even now, after 50 years. A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone. You.
Kim Kitsuragi.
As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting. On the sleeve of his bomber jacket, as well as on its back, are the same enigmatic white rectangles as on your blazer.
Pilot ceketinin kolunda ve sert kısmında senin blazer ceketindeki gibi meçhul beyaz dikdörtgenler var. Elini sıkalım.
Hello.
Uzattı.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
Siz 41'den olmalısınız.
You realize he's waiting for your name.
Kendine bir isim uydurma. Bence. Sessiz
It
kal.
looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
What he means is, he has been trying to meet up with you for 2 days, but you have been otherwise occupied.
Ayrılmada bir yanlış olmuş. Beni bayıyoruz.
If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. Now that I'm here as well. I understand the scene is out back, right? It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
Polis mi? Onu farkındayım. Hangi sorular?
At the 57th, we like to prepare an initial list of persons of interest, and then just skim the surface. Prepare the field, get to know the players. You don't do that? Maybe it's not an inter-district practice.
Ee,
Right. And the interviews? Okay, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you
Tamam.
removed the dead body from the tree?
Bak kardeş evet. Hayır tamam.
Mm-hmm. Sure. But did you take it down from the tree?
Bilmiyorum ki abicim, bilmiyorum ya. Bak kardeş evet, hayır tamam. Bu ikisi olumlu, biri olumsuz.
Does that mean the body is no longer in the tree? So, the body where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner. I can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But I have seen officers go through worse. Much worse. If you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. But as I said, the dead body should be our number one concern.
Cihazlı market var fa.
I was sent here to meet a detective from Precinct 41. You have the insignia of the citizens' militia on your sleeve and on your back. I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia from the black market or forged it. But for now, I'm going to set those possibilities aside. I'm not from the Inspectorate General.
Inspectorate General means internal affairs.
İşte demek ya.
What he's saying is he's not from the rat squad and isn't supposed to suspect such things.
He, İsfikleri diyorsun. İçişleri mi diyorsun, bunu diyorum
Yes,
ya.
but I'm not them. I'm from criminal investigation.
Arma demiştim. Beyazlık yandığını mı kasem?
Yes. They're not just white rectangles. They bear a halogen watermark with the letters RCM and a pattern resembling the street grid of Revachol West.
Tamam abi.
I would ask you to step into the headlights of my motor carriage, but again, it's none of my concern. I just need you to do your job. You mean you don't have a badge? Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I would advise you to locate it as quickly as possible. But getting the body down should still take precedence. Talk to the manager. Then we go out back and take the body down. After you, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by interacting with him.
Polis kimliğini kaybettiğini bildir. Polis kimliğini kaybettiğini bir an önce 41. polis karakoluna bildirmen gerek. Hemen karakolu aramak için arabanda 2 tane sıkıntı. Tamam. Kafeterya müdürüyle konuş. Kafeterya müdürü aldı. Dolayısıyla bir şey tamam. Önce müdürle konuşacağız. Sonra ceset edeceğiz. Sonra polis kimliğini kaybettiğimizi bildireceğiz. Çok da önemli bir şey değil bu. Bunu sallayalım. Önce kaset bulmamız lazım.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
Mr. Gart, right? You run this place.
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41?
Kıyamet hanım.
Right. Now, I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene. It also took you a while to call us and report the dead body. It was you who placed the call, yes?
Bunu bulmanız lazım olmuş. Arayansınız değil mi? Adam geçici ihbar etmiş.
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Birkaç kere teması. İşte nasıl şuraya kim ihbar etti? Silvi işte.
This sounds like something you can use to call this Sylvie later.
Tamam arayayım.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
Abi bir tık suspect gibi.
I didn't imply that. Detective,
He probably means this is where you step in and ask your questions. His face expresses profound doubt in your having this. Ask him about the body's location before asking if he killed him. People give up information in the more innocuous questions, which you can later use in the more sinister ones, not vice versa.
Tamam.
Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there. That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then, to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through.
This man means the heavy cavalry of the innocents Franco-Negro, sweeping over the plains and nations of the enemies of mankind. 5th century style, unified currency and the concept of cool came in their wake. They wore lamella and carried guns. But first and foremost, Franco-Nigerian heavy cavalry was really, really wide. That hole in the fence must be enormous.
Tamam. Sylvie neden gitti hocam?
She went away because none of your business.
Ananı sikerim bak ben polisim.
Have they not been telling you you're a cop?
Okay, you got me. She went away because of the dead body out back. And because I asked for her number. That's why Sylvie went away. I hope you appreciate that.
Bir daha bana bağırma adam ol lan.
thank you.
I asked an employee out. She didn't want to come, but felt obliged to. It was a bad idea. Now, what is so goddamn fascinating about that for you? It's got nothing to do with the lynching.
Seni öyle kullanıp feministim ben. Sanırım davranmayı seviyorum. Her şeyin bir şeylerle alakası vardır. Bilmiyorum öyle sorayım dedim. Haklısın sormalıydım sana.
Good for you. Was there something else? I'd like to get back to what I was doing.
Onu kim
I
öldürdü?
don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job.
This is it. He said they hoisted him up on a tree. Who is this they, if he doesn't know?
Kanka o lafın gelişi de olabilir.
Oh, people are saying it was the union dock workers, that it was a lynching.
Linç olayıymış.
The locals, the customers, the people who eat here, a lot of dock workers eat here. Sylvie told me everyone knows the dock workers did it.
Did the debarders themselves tell her this, or is it a rumor?
I don't really know. You'll have to ask her.
Liman işçileri bu adamı
I
neden
would
linç etsin?
suppose it's because they have nothing better to do.
You mean the strike?
Grim diyorsun.
Yes, the strike. The man they hanged was a security guard for the harbour company, I hear. A mercenary. The unionistas probably thought they'd send a message.
Evet, Grev yastıkları adam limanı işleten şirketin güvenlik görevlisiymiş. Duyduğuma göre paralı asker. Sendikalar muhtemelen bir mesaj vermeyi düşündü. Yastıkları adam. Aile tırnak işaretleri yapıyor. Adamı sen mi öldürdün? Adamı aşağısına. Adamı sen mi öldürdün?
What are you, crazy? Of course I didn't kill him.
The lieutenant turns the page in the little notebook he's been scribbling in.
Siktirdi. Tam olarak nerede selektörümü gördüm.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
Niye borcum var? Sana bir sik borçlu değilim.
Oh, you don't owe me shit. Well, officer, you're right. You don't owe me shit. You owe me money.
We do not need to assert ourselves here. We only need instructions from him. This is the proprietor, remember?
Hayır, bana ibne dedi. Bana haraç kesme gibi geldi. Pekala, sakin ol, mevzu nedir?
You know, I get this all the time. Some hobo comes in here or some backpacking arsehole off the boat. The next day, when they can't make their fees, they get aggressive. I just never thought I'd be in this shit with a cop. Please, just give me the money.
Sıkmasın. Bu oyunu bir daha oynayıp full taşlarını oynayıp tutuklusunu seçeceğim. Buraya neden borcum
Let's
var?
see. 3 nights at a tariff of 20 real comes to 60 real. Then there's the window you annihilated. The hole in the window was the first thing I saw when I came to work. So don't try to tell me you didn't. That will be 40 real in damages.
100 real
Another
borcumuz
thing
var.
you've annihilated is half the bar. You've run a tab of 30 real. Actually more, but we'll round it down to 30 for your hard work maintaining the stability and order of Revachol. That's 60
That's,
plus 40 plus 30 equals 130 real. And yes, real is still money.
Tamam, çıkalım buradan.
What are you, brain damaged?
Aslında olabilirim. Uyandığımdan beri enteme gerçekçi kavramları bile hatırlamakta güç çekiyorum. Yok, sadece kendimi bulmaya çalışıyorum.
Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Things like this hostel room or 8 bottles of potent blend and 9 packs of Royal Extra. We use it for everything, really.
There's a shuffle of nylon as Lieutenant Kitsuragi looks for something in the pockets of his orange bomber.
I'm sorry, but he has to pay. I can't let him stay here any longer if he doesn't. If he doesn't have the money by tonight, then...
Officer,
Ne
maybe you're
yaparsın?
better off working this from home for now. You live in Jamrock, right? It's not that far away.
Orada kalacağım başka bir yer yok mu ya? Evimin nerede olduğunu bir hatırlamıyorum.
You mean somewhere else to run up a huge debt? I don't think so. The union squeezed most places out of business to fund the strike. You're better off home.
Officer, you really need to take this up with your station. I have a shortwave radio in my car. Call them, ask for assistance. We have to get this investigation started now.
Good luck.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it. But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere.
Ne bileyim birader. Bilmiyorum ki, yakında bir yer, güney belki, çok uzakta. Kaf Dağı'nda.
Why did you say that?
Kaf Dağı diye.
You don't really know, do you?
Valla krallık biliyorsun.
Something produced by the random firing of synapses doesn't sound like a place you can stay if you run out of money. You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street or an apartment will appear.
Deneyebilirsin, vakit bulduğunda kafandan bazı adresler geçir. Belki bir sokak veya bina adı verilir. Küçük çocukları korkutarak dünyanın yani ha. Beyni içselleştir. Ne oldu şimdi? Açamıyorum. Ne yapmam gerektiğini anlamadım. Ha, dur. 100 tecrübe puanı istiyor. Bunu içselleştirince bu açılacak sanırım. Dönüş araştırma süresi 6 saat. Ben öyle anladım. Masrafları öderiz bir ara. Önce cesedi inceleyelim.
Yes?
Sanırım hiçbir şey hatırlayamadım, bilmen gerek. Ben senin hakkında konuşmak istiyorum. Peşimden gelmiyor musun?
No response. He just arches his brow. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs? Fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. If you're still having trouble then, I can give you an orientation.
Tamam.
Try work, the case at hand. It can work miracles. Really? You look fine to me. This psychodrama is unbecoming of an officer.
Clearly, he prefers to think you're malingering. He cannot fathom that anyone could drink so much as to retroactively erase their entire life.
Focus on other people's troubles, not your own. That is a relief.
A moment passes. The lieutenant glances at the sports watch on his wrist.
What do you want to know? Maybe you can tell me what you do know to help me narrow
La
it
bir
down a
şey
bit.
bilmiyorum.
Then you are not that far behind, actually. Do you want me to brief you? 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute.
Süre zarfında kurban eşyaları soyulmuş. İhbarcı kurbanı teşhis etmemiş. Fakat dinç ifadesini kullanmış. Yerel liman işleri ve Wild Pines adlı lojistik firması arasında süre gelen Bir işe ihtilaf varmış. Cinayeti de bu ihtilaf çerçevesinde ele almamız gerektiği söylendi.
A security guard or worker of some sort, hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth.
Ölen kişinin kimliği de yok.
They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that. That's us, the Revachol Citizens Militia. We're the police in this city.
Röveşol Halk Milisleri.
The RCM, or the Revachol Citizens Militia, is the police force you and him are part of. A self-organized peace corps of the occupied city of Revachol. The RCM operates within a legal twilight, yet its authority is rarely questioned. It's super useful to know this.
Bir dakika. İhbar aldı. Yerel liman işçileri ve Wild Pines adlı lojistik firması arasında süregelen bir iş itilaf varmış. Tamam. Ben Araşem'den yani Reveşol bilmem ne halk milislerinden kişi tarafından öldürüldü diye düşünüyorum. Liman şeycilerindenmiş.
That's right.
Aynen öyle. Bakalım mi? Farklı karakollardan sekreterine bakalım.
No, it's not a particularly mysterious case. The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that.
Because yeter vesaire.
Then you are in luck, because we are in the midst of a major strike by the dock workers' union. Maybe more than that. The union clearly wants a piece, not just of the industrial harbor, but the Wild Pines Corporation itself.
Oh. Bölüm.
Is this a strike then? Or the first shots in a workers' coup?
I expect the case itself to be less challenging than navigating these community matters. This district isn't used to the RCM's presence, and the union rarely overplays its hand, as it appears to have done in this case.
Vaganın bu tür toplumsal meselelerden yön bulmaya çalışmak kadar zorlu olmayacağını tahmin ediyorum. Bu bölgede Araşem'in varlığına alışkın değil ve senlik adına nadiren haddini aşıyor. Bu vakada da muhtemelen böyle olmuş. Darbe girişimi.
Strike, coup, revolution, it's brigandage, however you parse it.
Eşkıyalık. O kadar büyük mü lan?
You feel something rising through you, a familiar feeling, an opinion taking form.
İç işleri kıyma yapıp itlere yem etmeliyiz. Patronları kıyma yapıp itlere yem etmeliyiz. Bu kadarcık bilgiyle hangi tarafı kıyma yapıp itlere yem edeceğinizden emin değilim. Kararın içine hemen alması lazım. Bir de milliyetçiliğin. İki tarafında birbirini itlere yem etmesinin kimseye faydası yok bence. Ben çok zekiyim. Son 20 saniyemi hangi tarafı kıyma yapıp itlere yem edeceğimizi düşünmüyorum neden. Of.
When I said we have to navigate community matters, I did not mean we have any say in them. I meant we should be careful. If we are not, the shit will blow right in our faces.
Gerçekten hızlı bir hareket yaparım. Bokun fışkıracağı yere.
From an imaginary fan.
Hayali villahımdan.
Now, was there anything else you wanted to know about the case?
Farklı karakollardan sıklıkla aynı vaka üzerinde çalışıyoruz.
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition. You don't know? I assumed you were in on it.
Ne için olduğumu biliyorsun hafıza kaybı.
That's good. Better still than an imbecile cup-off. It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim. Later. Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case? Good.
Sana hiçbir şey hatırlamam gerek. Ben sana ekran konuşmuştum peşinden. Buradan niye gidemiyoruz? Kimle gün sonu bilgilendiririz? Kim ya, vakaya ve araştırmaya dair aklına gelen her soruyu cevaplayabilir. Günün sonunda saat 10'dan sonra balkonun onun yanına git. Building'in Rex balkonu neresi hocam? Kimin karakter arasında bir silik yarışı var. Cesedin iki incelemesini anlatın sonra bakın iki mesaj. Tam cesedi nereden inceleyeceğiz ya? Buraya giremiyorum. Herhalde buradan. Ha buradan. Yarık dedi burası. Tabii ben olsaydı bunları alabilirdim.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic.
Biz çift lastik yazıda görürüz. Ne tür bir araç geçmiş.
The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message written in the language of burnt rubber.
Yanık lastik dilinde yazılmış. Başlangıç çarpma geri dönüş.
Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags. This is point A. The driver started there.
Sürücü buradan ne? İki döşemeye takılmış. Ha burası sanırım. A nokta sürücü buradan başlamış. Okey.
And then accelerated straight into the fence, left a hole big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry, according to the cafeteria manager.
Tamam onu anladım.
The
Sonra
driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before hitting the adjacent building.
durmak suretiyle.
Before heading south. Must have been in a hurry.
Birisi varmış herhalde. Size bir araba dalmış. Bunun vakayla bir alakası var mıdır?
I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents waiting to happen in Martinez. With the jam right here on the roundabout, I would keep them separate.
Ben tutmazdım.
You could follow the track south. There seems to be a canal there. See where they went, if you find the time.
Güneye doğru. Kuzey güney tamam. Hadi gidelim onun sonra bakarız. Bir dakika.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Giriş katı binası, Andra Orfanı, kuaför salonu, giriş atletler ve jimnastik yarışın boks salonu, 7/24 pencere. Ha? Emma'nın moda 7/24 pencere ise İşler girmişler. Eyman'ın moda odası, Favron'un taksi. Düğmenin devamı yıkılmış. Stream SC, Fortress Excellence SC, Revaçol Buz şehri, giriş katı AB binası Willingen Rocks. Ha, Willingen Rocks bu sağdaki bina, bu da B binası sanırım. Doğu Delta Pinball giriş B binasından. Boş kart bitir. Şunu bir inceleyelim, buraya bakacağım. İçeri girmiyor. Cesede bir bakayım, oraya bakacağım. Ayak izleri var. Çocuğum sen cesede niye bakıyorsun?
Kuno's got this.
Cesede suçlanan en fazla 12 yaşında.
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it. He's almost exquisite in his ugliness, like a gremlin.
Oh yeah, nappa gumpy, Kuno.
Çitin ayak sındıran öteki çocuk. Şşt, çocuk biraz konuşalım mı? Polis meselesi.
Right in the dick, Kuno. Get him right in the dick.
Love it in the dick.
The boy is sweating profusely. His eyes are like two black holes and his jaw is twitching as if trying to break free from the empire of his body.
Çocuk su gibi terler, gözleri birer kara dillandırıyor ve durmaksızın sıyıran çenesini ucundan kopup ayrı eve çıkmak istemiş bir hali. Ne anlamıylar? Benim olay yerimde taş atamazsın. Benimle küfür edemezsin. Buna kesin gitsin.
Fuck that. Kuno, yeah, right in the mouthful.
Günahse. Bu arkadaki çocuk.
Shit himself.
The rake, Kuno. You should throw the rake at him.
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener. The fuck are you talking about?
He's calling us Kuno. He says we're fucking each other.
Aptal mısınız yavrum?
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got.
The kid moves his hands like a basketball player dribbling fast. Irregular speech patterns, overconfidence. Could this kid be on drugs? This warrants further investigation into this Kuno.
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Shitload, pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno.
This is where you quickly ask him questions. Real cop questions. Like a cop.
Buraya nasıl çıkarıldığını biliyor musun? Sen hiç bunu gördün mü?
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
Bunlar aptalın teki
You
ya.
smell the faggoty, Kuno.
Kuno's fuck gimp. Kuno uses the fuck gimp for target practice.
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
Kimi demek istemiştin ondan önce? Önceden diye bir şey demedi ki oğlum. Ha, önceden kimdi demek istemiştim önden önce yani. Yani hiçbir şey
Kuno
dememiş
knows
ama.
all kinds of shit. Kuno's not a snitch. That's all. Trying to make the Kuno sing into the popo phone. Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down. You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional. I don't know. Some fucking Mesk or I don't know, some other place. Night City. Kuno is in fucking Night City.
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in some pulp science
Night City
fiction novel.
Cyberpunk'taki şehir değil mi? Sallıyor olabilirim. Tam hatırlamıyor olabilirim. Uydurma bir isim gelişir diye bir gelişir.
Why you gotta be riding Kuno's ass? You haven't been where Kuno's been. You haven't been in Kuno's head. You wanna know where Kuno was? You wanna know what Kuno's been fucking up to?
Don't tell him that, Kuno. It's lame.
It's not fucking lame. Kuno's building Kuno's City. Night City, Rage City, the City of Rage. That's it, and it's not lame.
Lame.
That's the name of Kuno's City, bitch. Get the fuck off Kuno's back. This shit ain't about that.
It's impossible to deduce what it is about, at least for the moment. If it's important, it'll come up later. Focus on the case.
Çevrede şüpheli birini gördün mü? Sordun mu? Sormuşum ki silik bir tık bak.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost.
Kuno's Kuno, pig?
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a shield.
The fuck are you calling a third person? Kuno's the fucking first person?
Watch out, Kuno. He's trying to fiddle you. He's gonna put his hands on you. Help! Pig's got Kuno. Help! Rape!
İmdat, İtler konuyu yakaladı. İmdat. Oha, abartma amına.
Help! He's got the Kuno, help!
Everyone can hear. You need to get the hell out of here before.
Yeah? Get out of here before the Kuno beats the shit out of you.
Yeah, that's right. Drag your fat ass out of here, fat boy, before Kuno fucks you.
Despair creeps into you, getting fat on your weakness. Whatever noble intentions you once had as a police officer, it's eating them all up now. You're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
Şeyim amacına da benden bu kadar siktir git. Ömrümü insanları koruyarak ziyan ettim diyememiş. Benden bu kadar zaten polise sevendik. Keşke geberip gitseydim sikerim. Oğlum baş iyimser düşünce yok mu ya?
I don't dispute that you have been charged with protecting the people of a particularly challenging district. But poverty does not make one a loser. Poverty is just poverty.
Nothing you can say would make you feel any better now. Cop gives up the detective genre for social realism. Another police officer resigned from the RCM following a nervous breakdown. He now lives under a bridge, drinking and occasionally throwing excrement at passers-by, shouting, "I never loved that woman." When asked to comment, former colleagues objected to the theory that his psychological disintegration was precipitated by his wife leaving him. "It's because the Furrows lost that match," said Captain Ptolemy Price, once the man's superior officer. "It's because he couldn't get a big gun from acquisitions, and anyway, police work really burns you out after a while," Satellite Officer Jean-Vic Mayer, the deranged former cop's partner, commented. Sergeant Matt Torson, another former colleague, did not propose any theories, merely saying, "Whatever happened to him wasn't about birds. He got fucked, that's all."
Ne amına koyayım? Duygusal zekanın bünye, kas sistemi kuvvet düzeni. Hepsini ortalama yaparsam ne olur? Şimdi bak, duyarlılık orada çok düşük kalmış. Bu ikisini 4 yap, onları da 2 yaparsam. Şimdi 4 yapacağım. Şöyle 2 yap. Daha da arttıramıyorum değil mi? Bir de böyle bir gireceğim. Oğlum bir sürü şey var. Mantık. Bunu arttıramıyor muyum? Böyle oynadıkça sanırım beceri ağacımız ilerliyor.
There is nothing. Only warm primordial blackness. Your conscious ferments in it. No larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore. Ever. Never, ever. An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it. You got it, sweet brother. Nothing upon nothing upon nothing. I know you do, baby. I know. Coming right up, sir. Smooth passage. All right. Nothing town to fuck all borough.
Gelişi dönüşümünü tutan.
Great choice, Elder One. It has always been like this, and it always will. The song of death is sweet and endless. But what is this? Somewhere in the sore, bloated man meet around you. Like a fly to the ointment, your conscience sticks to it. The limbed and headed machine of pain and undignified suffering is firing up again. It wants to walk the desert, hurting, longing, dancing to disco music.
Yardım et, boynuma bir kafa tutulmuş ve ben de onun içindeyim. Dur, bu sakın tekini bir daha duymak istemiyorum. Beni aşık izleyen sesli geliyor.
The stench of liquor rises from your mouth, and with it, an ungodly headache. A fiery streak penetrates your skull, trying to force your eyes open. It's a sound, a clarion call from hell.
İlk girdiğimde buraları anlamamıştım. Şimdi daha anlayarak
Somehow,
biliyorum.
you know what it is. A caprice can name a motor carriage. You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants. It says, whirling in rags, on the aluminium key ring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It's
Tamam anladık.
This fan has 2 chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades. The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier. You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap. It's released from the blade. What you have in your hand is a truly hideous necktie with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot
Bilmiyorum.
reminds you of a noose.
Dur. Ben bunu az önce aldım mı?
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off. Hot water sprays from the base and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline of a man. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor. Really, all recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the world you're in has drowned in a sea of blood alcohol. This was no mere night of drinking. It was a deluge of world-ending proportions.
Abi kendimizi görmeyelim ya. Ne hocam? Kapı var ama kapalı. Kendimizi görünce moralimiz bozuluyor yani. Çalma sırada kesti bir yaşını yerinden çıkarmış. Çiftlik karikatürler şaşırma hiç boş. Aa. Değişiyor mu? Oyundaki hikaye falan.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. The morning light hurts your eyes. It's hazy, but you see the ocean and some war-torn buildings. The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside. A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent. More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact. It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. You're looking for something heavy and larger than your fist. The single green shoe you found fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also been heavy enough if thrown with force. Congratulations, you smashed the window with your own shoe. Now you only have one. If you're lucky, you could still find the other one on the balcony outside. The door to it should be outside your room. You mean someone else took your shoe off and smashed the window with it? This person also forced the drinks on you. A cool wind gushes in. Your toes curl up from the cold.
Ha, böyle genişletebiliyormuşum. Cırt cırt cırt cırt. Oyun içinde verebiliyor muyum? Abi iradeyi arttırmamız lazım. Çünkü etkileniyoruz ve düşüyoruz yani. Modumuz düşüyor. Masada bir şeyler var. Ne var? Bu arada az önce bir kapıya tıklamadan önce çalıp çalmama, zorlama falan seçeneği vardı, şimdi çıktı.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips. Her eyes are brown and her face is speckled with birthmarks. She can't be more than 28.
No.
Aha.
Because you're a police officer, sir. I am, yes. Unless you've been feeding us a set of very well-rehearsed lies all this time. You've been here for 3 days. On official police business. Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking. Could it be because of the drinking?
She hasn't had time to put her makeup on. This is her morning cigarette. She looks tired, her beauty waning faster than it ought to at her age.
Don't be so harsh on yourself. They let almost anyone be a police officer. Of course. Be careful, officer. They don't like the police around here.
Something stirs in you as she's about to go. Call it an instinct, a need. The need to ask questions. It's like you said the words a million times before. She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
Yes. You're in a hostel, sir. We are in Revachol.
Revachol is the disgraced former capital of the world, divided into zones of control under foreign occupation. Half a century after a failed world revolution, she is central to our moment in time.
Yeah. The dock workers are pretty cocky. They think they're police enough. At least here on the coast. I can't say about the rest of the city. It's 51. The current century? Centuries don't have numbers, they have names. And this is the current one. Civilization has existed for 8,000 years,
Açtım
sir.
mikrofonu.
You're right. There is nothing funny about civilization. There was the usual ruckus, loud disco music. I couldn't say. It's impossible to hear people speaking from over here. Oh, yes. Various artists. Ostentatious orchestration prime among them.
Oh, that. Yeah. Whoa. The less said about OO, the better.
OO were huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course. Like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on. It would appear so. At around 2 o'clock, the disco stopped and there was a slow, sad song started playing. Like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while. Some of the time you were yelling along to it. That it doesn't matter anymore and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself was very quiet and soft, but you sounded like a winded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it.
Azıcık yürüyelim.
Yes. It was very cool.
It's
Teşekkür ederim.
impossible to say whether she's being sarcastic or really means it.
Then you started screaming and trashed the place. No, it didn't sound like there was a fight. It sounded like someone was trashing their room. A window was smashed. The tape player, probably. The song stopped. And furniture, too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then I think you passed out. There was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then, around 4 or 5. And that was it. Glad to have been of assistance.
Eyvallah. Ya buna tıklamadım ya. Almamışım oradaki şeyi. Neyse onu söylediğimizi biliyoruz önceki oyunda.
There they both are. 2 identical shoes. Both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin. Reunited on your feet. Like 2 baby crocodiles. Good, they're balanced. Comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now. The door is closed. This door can only be opened with a key or from... There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on. Somewhere inside. A tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you. The door is mute and indifferent. Still no answer. Still nothing. Still nothing. Still. A man in his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting a stuffed seabird. That was disdain in his eyes. Even now he's purposely ignoring you. A competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs, one of its wings broken. The man is trying to mend it. Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it, most likely on a wall. This is the Great Skua. The seabird is the symbol for the discovery of the Insulindian Isola. The small steel tag says as much. The Great Skua. Steaquarius Skua.
Look, your buddy is over there. Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
Oh no, you're a hero. A real hero cop.
Could the massive property damage upstairs have anything to do with this?
Ünlü kahraman mı?
Am I? Or did you ride in, take the body down, solve the murder, and not trash my hostel room? You're right, you didn't, and it's only taken you 3 days not to. No, I haven't seen you around. I'm not always here.
Ne oğlum?
Hello, sweetie. You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
Teyze
A
hiç
bespectacled
sözleşmemiş.
man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand on the sleeve of his bomber jacket, as well as on its back, are the same enigmatic white rectangles as on your blazer.
Hello. I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he's waiting for your name.
Kendine bir isim uydur. Uyduralım.
Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. No, you won't. Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau is one classy name, and you're one classy cop. Say it.
Yes, well,
Not for a moment does he believe that's your real name. He casts it aside as an intra-departmental joke or a peculiarity he doesn't understand.
it looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
What he means is, he has been trying to meet up with you for 2 days, but you have been otherwise occupied.
If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. Now that I'm here as well. I understand the scene is out back, right? It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
Yaptım evet dersem ne
Good.
olur?
But even if you haven't, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you
Tamam.
removed the dead body from the tree?
Hayır.
So, the body is still in the tree.
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred for the body to no longer be in the tree.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
Gidelim o zaman.
After you, officer.
If you're about to embark on an investigation, shouldn't you have a badge?
Tamam mısın? Ya abi salla
You mean
bunu
you don't
ya.
have a badge? Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I advise you to try to locate it as quickly as possible. But getting the body down should...
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by
Tamam. Kimsenin kaybettiğini bilir. Önce sizi inceleyeceğiz.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
Mr. Gart, right?
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41...
Fantastic. That's wonderful, really. I think so. But there's a dead body out back. No one wants to work in these conditions.
Sir, I understand your concern, but we are here to do a job. And for us to do it, I need you to stay calm.
Yes, of course.
I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene, but it also took you a while to call us. It was you who placed the call, correct?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
This sounds like something you can use to call this Sylvie later.
Numara bize geldi mi şu an? Numara bizde yok.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a...
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? in case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that. Detective,
He probably means this is where you step in and ask your questions. His face expresses profound doubt in your having this.
Sen de olmasına öyle derin bir şüphe var. Dur bakayım, önce ne yapıyorduk? Onu kim öldürdü biliyor musun? Aklıma ceset olarak nerede?
Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there.
Peki oraya nasıl gideriz?
That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through. She went away because none of your business.
Have they not been telling you you're a cop?
Okay, you got me. She went away because of the dead body out back. And because I asked for her number. That's why Sylvie went away. I hope you appreciate that.
thank you.
I asked an employee out. She didn't want to come, but felt obliged to. It was a bad idea. Now, what is so goddamn fascinating about that for you? It's got nothing to do with the lynching. Good for you. Was there something else? I'd like to get back to what I was doing. No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager. That period of my life is over. Not everyone who stands behind a counter is a bartender, okay? I'm the cafeteria manager.
Okay.
I
Fark
have
eder.
3 cafeterias I manage. 3. Get over it. I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job.
He doesn't know. He just said they hoisted him up on a tree. Who is this they?
Oh, people are saying it was the union dock workers, that it was a lynching. The locals, the customers, the people who eat here, a lot of dock workers eat here. Sylvie told me everyone knows the dock workers did it.
Sylvie'yi hiç görmedik bu arada geçen.
Did the
Aynen.
debarders themselves tell her this, or is it a rumor?
I don't really know. You'll have to ask her. I would suppose it's because they have nothing better to do.
You mean the strike?
Ya dur bir dakika. Pilot'un sonu çok ekşi.
Yes, the strike. The man they hanged was a security guard for the harbour company, I hear. A mercenary. The unionistas probably thought they'd send a message.
The lieutenant turns the page in the little notebook he's been scribbling in.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
One moment you're running like a wood, then you've suddenly turned around and are giving him the finger, furiously, with both hands. Why? That's true, yes, and it's worrying. But let's not fixate on it. Look at that stupid bartender instead. He has no idea what's going on. You and your fuck you fingers floating in the air. Barkeep's got his mouth agape like an idiot. You showed him.
Watch out!
Değişik şeyler görelim ya. Eğlenelim azıcık. İşbirliği
Everything
ortası.
goes dark.
Her şey kararır.
Back so soon.
Nikel sürüngen beynine çöktüm. Değdi valla. Bunun olmasına gerek yoktu. Ben yüzdüm öyle komutlar vermedim.
Admit it. You just missed the quarter light. That I was wrong to let you go. I should have kept you here. Is it bright where you are? Is it terrifying? Have you felt the love?
That is too bad. We all need a little love. Are you okay?
No, you have sustained a trauma to your lower neck. In addition, you have strained your left trapezius muscle. Pain surges down your back when you move.
The chair took the brunt of it. Don't worry.
Are you sure, ma'am?
Yes, yes. Check on him.
Sir, I didn't mean for this to happen. I'm sorry. This has always been a cop-friendly place. The drinks are on the house, okay? There were a lot of drinks on the tab. I still have to charge you for 3 nights and the broken window, though. That's 100 square.
Geçen sefer 130 ödüyorduk, şimdi 100 lira ödüyoruz. Word.
He's shaken. Barter now and he'll cave in.
Şimdi pazarlık yaparsan boyun eğer. Camın parasını da böğünü kavra süper.
Okay, fine. I'll take it off your bill. Sleep in a post-apocalyptic hellhole if you want to. Just know I won't give you another room.
Süper.
Not entirely cool. You still owe me 60 real for 3 nights stay. If you don't have it by tonight, I can't let you back up there. And for God's sake, watch out for yourself.
Teşekkür ederim. 130 liradan 60 liraya düşürdük fiyatı. Çok iyi.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it. But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere. You don't really know, do you? South, maybe, doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money. You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street or an apartment will appear.
Burası düş kısmı. GLK günlük. Envanter. Burası da karakter sayfası. Bünye. Dayanıklılığımızı arttırabiliyor muyuz? Bende 3 var. Bunun için 3 gerekmiyor mu? Yok. Şimdi ben bunu yükseltmek için Burada 4 yazıyor. Mesela bunu arttırabilir miyim? Yok, bunu da arttıramıyorum. Ben neye göre bu iradeyi arttırdım o zaman? Hiç anlamadım, biliyor musun? Neyse.
Yes?
No response. He just arches his brow. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
Try work, the case at hand. It can work miracles. Fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. If you're still having trouble then, I can give you an orientation. Really? You look fine to me. This psychodrama is unbecoming.
Clearly, he prefers to think you're malingering. He cannot fathom that anyone could drink so much as to retroactively erase their entire life.
Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's Lazareth. Was there anything else you wanted?
Kinemadaki telsizi kullanarak. Bana vakadan
What do you want to
bahsetsene.
know? Maybe you can tell me what you do know to help me narrow it down a bit. Then you are not that far behind, actually. Do you want me to brief you? 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute. A security guard or worker of some sort hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth.
Kütüphane yakınında mı şey bilmiyoruz.
They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
İyice netleştirin buradaki yerimizi.
Just to be clear, we are police officers. It's our job to find the killer. That's the case. Uncover and arrest the killer. Good.
Aklına geleceğini sağladıktan sonra bilgi. Karakolun revirine ulaş. Sonra pek olma. Hadi gidelim. Sağ klik ne işe yarıyor? Ne işe yarıyor? Ben hala bilmiyorum. Seçenekler. Twitch entegrasyonu. Nesneleri göster. İş. Kaptan farkı yok o zaman. Tövbe estağfurullah.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with? We don't see a lot of police around here, that's all.
Gel.
Of course. What can I help you with? Excuse me? Oh, well, I didn't write it there. I'm just sitting here. Okay. Me? I am just a gardener.
Ablacığım kimsin? Adın nedir?
She hides it well, but behind the sweat and dirt there is something else in her rigid posture.
Bir bahçıvandan fazlası var gibi sende. Güzel. Peki burada ne yapıyorsun?
I'm working. I have a greenhouse in the yard there. I've been trying to get some work done. Well, as you probably know, there's a corpse hanging from a tree there. It smells pretty bad, so I...
Don't worry, miss. We are here to clean it up. You can get to work soon.
Thank you. My head is about to explode from all the salts I've had to inhale.
Salts? Ammonium salts? Perhaps useful for later.
Of course. I won't hold you back.
If there's a corpse, then you're going to need those gloves for the autopsy.
Sure, keep them. I have another pair.
Artık eldivenlerimiz var. İstediğimiz zaman çıkarabiliyormuşuz. Tak ayakkabıyı giy.
Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 57. Vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle. It hasn't had time to cool off yet. This must be the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion. The Caprice Kinema motor carriage. In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Çok şey söylediğini aklımı tutamıyorum. Kabinde senin bir kumanda kolu takımı. Kumanda kolu takımı ne lan? Kancı asılı bir telsizleri mikrofonu, koltuğun altında bir alet çekmecesi ve yakıt anısı sayıcının hafif parıltısı
A
karşılar.
scent of leatherwork and heavy fuel oils washes over you.
İşlenmiş deri ve ağır yakıt kokusunu tesisler.
A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work.
Kırmızı uçlu levyeyi al, küçük kauçuk saplı tel makasını al, kurumlu el fenerini al.
The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand, useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids. The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters
Snap, snap.
in your hand. You can do good work with these. Cut chains, locks, and ropes, especially belts.
Kurumlu el fenerini al.
It's robust, weatherproof, and well made. Police issue, blue. Lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss.
Onu
The
anladım
pull-out
yani.
toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers, and the frequency tableau lights up, and the green button labeled Prime Line glows like a feline eye. And the soft purr of electrical kittens, radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it 1,000 times.
Alo merkez alo. Alo Delta 10. Ben ateşi Siriye'nin. Merhaba Alice, ben 41. kalmıyorum. Tanıştığıma memnun oldum.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Under the green prime line, a yellow saved button catches your eye. You wonder what the lieutenant's default radio station is.
51'dir yani. Bağlamam gerektiğini söylemek birbirine. Beni birisiyle bağlamanı istiyorum. Sylvie diye bir cinayet ihbarı vermiş öyle. Alice umursama ve kayıtlı yazan dememez.
It will take just a moment, officer.
Her voices fade out into the familiar radio static.
Gottlieb, what do you want?
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
Oh, it's you. Yes, there's no end to the misfortunes fate has seen fit to rain upon me. Who? You are? You lost your human visage a while back. Now let's get on with it. I've got more
Ya
important
aptal
things to do.
adımı söyle işte ya.
With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs and alcohol, I'm not surprised. What else? I'm not a brain doctor. Look on the bright side. You've got a whole new life now. Use it wisely.
It's hard to say if he doesn't believe you or doesn't care.
What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want another rundown of everything collapsing inside your body? You want the real, honest-to-God truth? Stop drinking, eat magnesium and vitamin D. Our station is not a retirement home. We don't have the funds to deal with rock stars past their prime. And no, I don't want to hear a political commentary on the topic. In fact, I got work to do. Some idiot has glued his eyelids shut with cyanoacrylate.
It's not fucking cryoacrylate. It's super glue, Doc.
Galiba kalp krizi geçirdim. Şimdi sana şimdi bakıyor.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Just a second, officer.
Mevzursuz competition'a yavaş yavaş yükselen çatıda özel bir süre sonra telsizden seni selamlayan yaşlı bir adamın sesini duyuyorsun. Her arasında ses tuhaf şekilde.
10-2, 10-5, this is 41st, come in, over.
The man uses relay code. You've got this. You're a cop, and cops know relay code.
14 karakolu 41 acil bir işim var, tamam.
10-4, message received, 10-5, relay message. What's your status, over. 10-18, state your message, sir.
Burası kimliğimin kaybolduğunu bildirmem gerekiyor. Acilen finansal desteğe ihtiyacım var. Bu kadar girip kişisel bilgilerle ilgili konuşmak istiyorum.
10-9, over. 10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 10-22 the captain, over.
Is it him? What does he want?
Says he lost his badge and needs to report it.
He what? He lost his badge?
This is Communication Officer Jules Pidieux, sir. Over. You mean your partner? Over.
What is he saying?
He's asking who you are.
I'm his goddamn partner.
It's your partner, Satellite Officer Wittmar, sir. Over.
Did he lose his memory along with his fucking badge?
Who lost his badge?
Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you
think? Dick Mullen. Adamız.
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Adamız gerçekten Dick Mullen mı? Dick yani çok hoş değil sanki.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his
Sen
badge.
Dick Mullen değil. Polis kimliğini asla kaybetmeyecek kırgısal bir dedektifin adı bu.
Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
Söyle bıraksınlar gırgır operatörü, bu ciddi bir konu. Haha, kimliğimi kaybeden bir polis. Haha, senin kimliği kaybeden ilk polis benim. Bildirmek ki artık bu işi bitirmek istiyorum.
He's asking you to stop, says this is serious.
Of course it's serious. He lost his fucking badge.
Satellite Officer Dietmar concurs, losing your badge is serious. Over. He says this has probably happened to other policemen before him and laughs
Oh god damn it. Is he fucking kidding? The whole station's gonna be dicked for this.
Satellite Officer Dietmar is wondering if you might be joking and adds that this tarnishes the reputation of the entire...
Mullen dicked us.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what now?
His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
Eskinin kaybetmiş demeyi bırakır mısın? Sana yeter bu kadar konuşmayı.
Lost a badge.
10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun too.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you? No. It's gone. It's not fucking on you.
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
Oyunculuk ortağı.
Even before you can get the words out, everything gets scrambled in your brain.
Hayır ya. Geri dönemiyoruz mu?
He says he didn't lose his gun. Or his fun, whatever that means.
Ask him to describe it. His gun. Not his fun. Just the gun will do.
Satellite Officer McLean requests a description of your weapon. Over.
Sen ne var ki?
He says he doesn't have it.
Dear God, he lost his gun? Oh my, I can't.
This isn't really a lot.
Mac can face a giant of Coco Nur by himself. But Disco here made him piss his pants.
Oh, I can't. Fuck. He lost his... Ask him if he still got his wiener. Oh man.
I'm not going to.
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson here is wondering if you are still in possession of your genitalia. Over. That's a negative. Not going to say that. Over.
What's he saying? Share with the class.
He said he sodomized your mother.
The prick ate Mama's vanilla waffles at the captain's birthday party. Some nerve he's got.
Sure her vanilla waffles were the only thing he ate?
Shut up, Chester. This isn't funny. This is my mom we're talking about. Tell him to apologize right now.
Sergeant Orson requests that you apologize for the claims that you made about his mother. Over. He says he's sorry and didn't mean nothing by...
Okay. Tell him...
Tell him to find his goddamn badge and gun. That
Satellite Officer Vic... Ten for affirmative. Officer is in pursuit of his firearm.
Oh God,
Officer, do you need further assistance? Over. 10-4, I hear you. I don't have the authority to grant your request, but...
What does he want now?
He's asking for money.
Is he fuck?
I don't think he is.
Don't give that asshole anything. He's just gonna drink it all.
Alright, that's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over.
Elinizi soruşturma için evet önemli.
He says it's important to the case.
He isn't getting a red cent. You can tell him that.
Request denied, sir. Over. He says he's in trouble, doesn't have a place to sleep.
Well, I guess he'd better crack the case before sundown then.
Vigmar said... Anything else, sir? Over. Okay, 10-4, sir.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through.
Düşünerek ne var ki? Bana bilgi lazım.
Be smart about this. Ask if he's there alone.
10-4, sir. I'm not hearing your question.
Bekle, odada yalnız mısın? Kendime ilgili bazı gizli bilgiler ihtiyacım var. Kimlik bilgilerimi raporumda doğru yazıyor mu acaba? Bana okuyabilir misin? Ad, soyad, rütbe, doğum tarihi. Tam adımla hitap et.
Ten 9, repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. Over. Sir, I will not have you talk to me in this manner. Over.
What? What is it? What?
He seems intoxicated and keeps asking me to call him by his name.
Mullen's drunk and emotionally aggressive. That's new.
Mullen.
Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunken antics. What? What is it? He's still on the line?
He wants to verify the information on it.
But of course, it says Dick Mullen, High General of the Revacholian Cavalry Force.
Tell him to stop wasting time.
What do you need, sir? Over. Understood, sir. Over. Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
Bir sessiz parmak. Söylemediler abi kim olduğumuzu ya. Ayakları kumanda kollarından birinin üstüne yazdır. Yakıtı nasıl sayacağını yapın.
The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start without the ignition key.
Translation. We're not going anywhere right now. Alternative translation. Don't even think you can drive my MC.
Masraflara da polisinin izini sür. Birileri kayıp tabancanla ilgili bir şeyler bilir olmalı. Semtte etkili birileri, mesela sendikada yüksek bir makam sahiplerinden biri ya da yerel halktan seni bayılmadan önce gören birileri, mesela örneğin kayıp barmenin, mahallenin ikinci el dükkanını sorabilirsin. Silah'a dair öğrenebildiğin her şeyi öğren. Büyük bir tektonik güç kaldırımın mutluluk olan gibi çökmüş.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Zaman net istersen aklına olursun.
This Post Lavantorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the... A faint sticker on the side reads, RCM Emergencies Desk number 8102, with a slogan, Mankind, be vigilant. You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic.
Ben bakıyorum buradan ne tür bir araç geçmiş.
Cop habit. You look at everything. This isn't case related, you think. Hard to say. Your vision is blurred and you're having difficulty concentrating thanks to your relentless hangover. No, these tracks are not interesting at all. Let the street sweeper just sweep them away.
Ya geçenkinde çıkardı da bu sefer çıkarmadı. Zaten biliyoruz ne olduğunu da. Güzel. Sinek gelip duruyor. O değil de.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. Heavy workers' boots with reinforced toes and hobnails all over the yard. Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear?
Noted.
What do you think you are? A
Nasıl
super
tabii?
detective? You're hungover. These are just dents in the mud. No pattern emerges for the time being.
Allah da neyse.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack.
Evet tamam oraya gitme.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. Because it's nice and orderly. Well-laid pallets. Rhythmic pattern calms you.
Abi moralimiz düşüp duruyor bak.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags. The body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
We could try using a pry bar, the one you took from my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
He might also have information. This is better than the pry bar idea. The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in even through your clenched nostrils.
Şundan iradeyi geri alabiliyor muyum? Anlık olarak değiştirebilseydik keşke.
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow! Cock's gonna blow, Kuno! Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in. I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
What's this kid shit? Fucking mind games. I'd rather die than squeal.
Get the fuck out of here, face. You got done. Talk to me.
So it's a girl. Interesting.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. Murder was the case they gave me. I'll die before I squeal, pig. You don't want to fuck with me. I got my hands bloody. I'm not here, pig. You're not seeing this.
You can still see the top of her hat from behind the fence.
I'll die before...
Veletler aptal.
Kuno's got this.
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it. He's almost exquisite in his ugliness, like a gremlin.
Oh yeah, nappa comfy, Kuno!
Can't talk, pig. Shit's coming up strong. Throwing rocks.
Shit coming up strong. That sounds good. Joyous. You should hang out with this kid and see what that juicy shit is all about. I mean drugs. The kid's on drugs.
Yeah, Kuno! Ride the lightning, Kuno!
Kuno's riding at sea.
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at him, Kuno!
The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
Kim ne yapalım? Ya takılmak ister misin? Merak etme, ben havalı polis verdim.
We shouldn't do anything. I don't tempt such forces. You will see.
The language these kids are using, pure unfettered id. There will be no reasoning with those creatures.
Fuck no! Kuno doesn't buy that shit. Fucking entrapment shit.
Fast. This kid has got street smarts.
The fuck are you talking about?
He's calling us Kuno! He says we're fucking each other!
Bunlar boş yapıyor. Şuradan anahtar alalım.
Can I help you? Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you.
Retorik. Bu his ne acaba?
Prod at him and find out.
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
Gart'e onunla ilgili görüş konuşmam lazım.
What thing?
Videoyu sen bildiğin neden mutfağa giremiyorum. Sormak istemiyorum.
What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business.
Arama
No,
izni
you
var.
don't. Fucker, lay off the swear words. They don't make you cool. Besides, the RCM doesn't do search warrants. I know the law. You'll just have to wait for the kitchen to open. If you have to get in there.
You do realize you can just go into the kitchen at 1300 hours. No need for superstar charm or Sambo-style antics here. Sambo is an acronym for Samoan boxing, graceful martial arts stuff. Sambo style implies stealth, cleverness, and cool. Just letting you know.
What are you, a cook now? He wasn't pan-fried, he was lynched. What could the kitchen possibly have to do with... Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. You can snoop around after that, if you must. What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
Şimdi anahtarı aldık. Saat 1'den sonra bakabiliyoruz. Oraya. 4 beğeni olmuş yayın. Teşekkür ederim. Şuradaki insanlarla konuşalım.
Life doesn't need to be a struggle. I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich. Talk to angry old René first.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, all right?
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration.
Konsantrasyonumu bozup duruyor
I
şimdi.
can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never. No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
Yüksek %92. %98'de %92'de başarısız olmayayım ya.
You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work. A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until the only thing left is the union of man and ball. The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it, probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory. Already your muscles are adjusting to the weight, the nervous system calibrating, until you and the ball have merged into a single entity. The man ball is ready.
bordel de merde!
A whorehouse of shit? It wasn't whorehouse of shit. The shot was at least 23 meters. Probably 24, and then some.
What the hell is your problem? I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful. You vandalized our game, son. We can't play pétanque with 5 pool. No, we are not good, goddammit. We want our bull back.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You owe us a goddamn bull. Good. Mistakes are forgiven when men at least try to right their wrongs. I believe you will try.
Yes. Why did you come here? It's unlikely they know anything about the murder.
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely. In Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really blame them? Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties.
Karakol temizliği erkeklerin karnı tok tutma işleri de var tabii. Beni yapamayacağı vazife yoktur. Tartışmalı konularda fikrimi belirtmeyin.
No man can afford to turn his eyes to the horizon if his rear isn't secured. If the women folk take care of that, then men can tackle the bigger issues.
Siyah ve beyaz olmayabilir ama birilerinin fikrine karşı çıkmak beni rahatsız eder. Bu adamla aramızı keseceğim. Belki top borcumuzu silebilir.
The RCM doesn't discriminate. Women are held to the same standards as men, and as reflected in the quarterly statistics, are equally effective. Unlike men, they also have to deal with the very same mentality you two are displaying right now. If it weren't for this, they would...
I'm glad at least some people keep a level head in these turbulent times.
Adam bozuyor. Torbayı nereden bulacağız ya? Niye moralimizi bozuyor? Top bulacağız, okey. Abi çok görev oldu sanki. Şu bahçeye gidelim. Çöpü açalım. Şundan bir konuşalım.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open. Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
Sınıf senetinin burası ülkem gibi var.
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
İsmin nedir?
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
Belki dükkanın sahibiyle bir konuşalım.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help Mum out with the store. I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
There is stress and unease behind these words. She's reciting etiquette.
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed. Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go... Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far. They shouldn't be, but they seem real. Anyhow, they say that these grounds are doomed for businesses.
Olan şeyler bunlar, evlat pek çok kişi tutunamıyor. Lanet falan değiller ama annen onların hatalarına çıkıyor.
Of course, sir.
Peki bu ünlü erkeğin nedir bir suç falan?
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Belki suç romanı değil. Ben suçun ne olduğunu bilmek istiyorum. İnsan neden suç hakkında kitap okumak istersin ki?
Crime is what we were solving before this conversation began.
And it's kind of like a puzzle too. You can guess who the criminal is or how the good guys are going to catch him. You don't look much like a policeman.
Peki belki de ben polisimdir ya da polis olmayabilirim.
Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
Espreni derlen gibi memur görüyorsun. Başım yıkılıyor. İşte ben de malın denen adam gibiydim. Sonra biraz takılmaya karar verdim. Hepsi gerçekte o resimdeki adam gibi görünmüyordu. Sadece bir erkeğin fantezi hali. Polislik işin önemli olan vücudun değil zaten. Önemli başına işaret et. Vay be, adam var. Kaslanmadan kadar iyi olamayacağım. Aslında başka sorun var.
Head, yes.
No, your mind. Not head, child. Heads.
Kafaların. İstek değildir. Ortaklıkta milyonlarca farklı çeşitli insan var ve onların düşündüğünü anlaman gerekir. Bazen katile yakalamak için bir katile dönüşmesin. Deri gibi zihinleri bu malından herifin tek bir fikir üretmek için 4 saat ihtiyacı varmış böyle.
No, he's wicked smart in the stories.
Her şey düşününce zeki tabii, gerçekte gösteren gerçek.
Like you, sir, of course. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for you. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
Kapak resmi sana sert bir kınama ifadesi bakıyor. Tamam, şimdi çıkarım yapacağım.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden. Why is that?
What do you mean, sir?
She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain folded in front of her. She doesn't want to show them. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you with little interest. She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded?
Evet.
Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
Baskın oluyoruz. Parmaklarını parlar, kemirsin, sıfırsız. Çiğnenmiş tırnaklar virüsel maddelerin geri dönüştürdüğün anlamına geliyor. Ticaret sisteminde büyük bir bağımlılık gösterir. Kişisel fedakarlık olmadan fark edilemez. Annesi baskı uygulamıyordur bence.
Thank you, sir. I work hard. It was okay, sir.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
You're quite sober.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
Oldukça iyisiniz. Mesela yani umudunu öğrenmiyorsun. Ve herkes zaman geçiyor.
I sure hope you are, sir.
There she stands, swaying on her feet,
Sanırken
assaulted by the
bağırır,
early
bağırır.
spring breeze. She smiles at you. The whole situation suddenly feels familiar. There's something you're missing.
Manipülasyon. Neyi kaçırıyorsun? Bulandık. Nereden geliyor? Oh.
No, sir, I can't. It would be too tiring to refrain from it. It's already tiring enough to remember to say it all the time. It's nice of you to say I could stop, though.
Ben kendim bu ifadeyi yapmaktan alıkoyamıyorum. Sorusunu işaretledim. Peki anlaşıldı. Bir başkası daha geldi. Onları da efendim ve hanımefendi için çekmem gerekecek o zaman.
Yes, sir.
Saat 11:21 olmuş. Gerçek hayatta da 1 olmuş.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Bunu salla şimdi.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic.
Görseliniz. Görseliniz nerede? Geliştirmiyorum. Bu yüzdelik olarak mı artacak? Ben bunu boş zamanlarımda yapmam lazım aslında. Abi biraz anlatsalarmış ya da ben biraz izleseymişim.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags. With a well-oiled crack, the lock pops open. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. Just a feeling. A warning from some part of you. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. You've done this before. The movements are recorded in your elbows, the methodology in your fingers. You're used to this. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below, and turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however. Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer. Guitar-marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that...
Atılmış bir havlu ve bir tane kupa, başka bir şey yok.
Alright. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force. Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash, the lid was locked, and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
The fuck's he on about, kids? You hear that, Kuno? He thinks you're an infant or something.
See?
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container. It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork? It is. Look, the plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form in there. If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash? Understood.
You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron, only in its social sensibility.
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going to the Interact tab in your inventory.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all. You said you didn't want to talk about the ledger. However, now that you have it back, it would not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Officially.
Etkileşim. Zarar görmüş defter. Kitabı incelemek için etkileşim nerede hocam? Envanterdeki etkileşimi giriş butonunu kullan. Hocam etkileşime gir butonu nerede tam olarak? Kıyafetleri gözlerine. Aktif çöp konteynerine konulmuştu. Kıyafetleri oraya kim neden koymuş olabilir? Konteyner anahtarı sadece bir link çalışanlarında olmalıydı. Çünkü konu... Bundan sonra artık kurbanın kayıtlı nasıl olsun. Önce adamı sorup sonra çocuklar sorarız. Bir isim lazım. Anahtarını aç. Kaza görmüş defterle ilgili sorusunu sonra doğru ismi olmak ve zamandır. Kim sağlıksız... Tamam. Nasıl etkileşime girildi?
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Çöpte bulun defter bulmandanızı zor tuttuğunuz kağıtları aldıktan sallanıyor. Pisuar temizleyici kursuna set tamamlıyor.
There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip.
Parmaklarını alüminyum üzerine gezdir. Mandala yeterince baktın geri dön.
The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before. Looks like an official mark, made to be low visibility outside the right circumstances.
What? That thing. It's a halogen watermark. We use it for adding information to RCM property. It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
Maybe yours will have how many cases you've solved.
Nasıl okuyabilirim?
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do.
Doğru dalga boyundaki herhangi bir ışık ithali mesela.
All RCM vehicles have had lights designed to reveal halogen watermarks. Mine too.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Okay.
Tamam, düzgün tutmuş hatırlıyorum.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight.
Tuvalet kağıdını inceledim.
It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want. Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and voila! The ledger now looks marginally better. They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered with faint red lines, forming short paragraphs. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
Arada sırada vaka dosyaları kağıda dökülmüş yazan kırmızı bir mührü var. Vaka dosyaları bol, ellerinde tutulan yüzden fazla ıslak buruşmuş, ayrılmış sayfa parçalamak üzere. Çoğunlukla okunmayacak seviyede olsalar da yeterli derecede düzenli ve kalın görünür.
Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average. What do you mean? Is that all?
Bilmiyorum. Haftada 2 vaka iyi bir vaka yükümlülüğü. Ağlandırma kurallarından bahsediyor muydu? Sayfaları say, resim dosya açmalı. Bir iki yer var mı?
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes.
İlk haftada 2 vakayım sanırım temen ama hepsini tamamladım emin değilim.
2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me. I prefer a normal caseload. It's a matter of method.
Like a fan of gills, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense, if mostly illegible. Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name.
Soruşturma dosyalarının kenarına yazılmış. Ancak çoğunda birisinin
A title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine cop show staples.
Hem de büyük harflerle yazılmışlar. İstemem vaka.
Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case. Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the hookah parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close. There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. Once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete. Like a fan of gills, the checkered papers dry in your hand.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene?
Memur, karakol, olay yeri, hırsız.
Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, almost everyone in the RCM does. It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves.
Bir dosya kara mermi deliği cinayeti hazırlanmış.
Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that. To amuse myself. I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
The notebook is annual. It says 51 on what remains of its cover. A molten strap of cardboard. Everything prior to this must have belonged to a previous volume. In short, there was more. You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now.
Kadro çizgisini okuyabilir miyim? Sarı kağıtları gözden geçir.
In the back, you see thin, translucent copy paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. Then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form.
Ne tür formlar var?
3. The topmost are misconduct fines, the middle ones are station calls, and the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work.
Kabahat cihazı, karakola çağrı.
A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out over the rest of the fields. But they appear pleasantly vague. These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing. All in a print so small it could be considered downright cute. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys.
Doldurup insanlara kadar suç işlenen ceza kötüler için sorgu talebi. Ölüler için.
The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copier paper. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters, RCM. Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hit? And something small inside, light, made of paper or cardboard, or dried flowers perhaps.
Kartadan kırmış çiçek olabilir mi?
Permeables. It's not hidden per se. The compartment is made for permeable materials that would get damaged if something happened to it.
İçine bakalım.
The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center.
Plastik lacivert taş gibi paralar ama şeffaf değil, ortasını göremiyoruz.
With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board. The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself, and then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner. You know, like the bits they put into public piss bowls, probably called Fermi Discrete, or Axel, or something. At some point in its journey, the ledger has seen the inside of a public toilet. Remember when I said the smell of the upstairs bathroom was so rank they should have sent a poet to describe it?
Yine Bozya'nın öğrenciysanız tuvaletimizi istemiş bir şairin yapılımı YouTube'dan bilmesi lazım.
Why, yes it is. Among many other things. This cleaning tablet is used by the whirling in rags. Perhaps that's where the ledger was dropped in the toilet. By you. The lieutenant observes you, raising and lowering the toilet waterlogged mass under your nose, trying to get a good whiff.
Excuse me, I just have to ask again. How did it get in the trash?
Tuvalete gibi düşünmeyi sevdim. Aynı tuvalet gibi kokuyor. Polislemek istemiyordum ve bu yüzden kariyerinizin üstündeki kelimenin tamamını sıfırını çektim. Tarzım olur herhalde. Ona baktıkça küçük şeyler seviyorum.
Okay, good. But why? Okay, no problem.
It's proving to be harder than
Allah
expected.
belanı vermesin. Nasıl
You just
belası
don't
ya?
have the intellectual rigor to patch the quilt back together. Try again later. The two sides of the board appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off its slides. If you bend the plastic on your knee, the slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, you know. Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
Artı aldı, evet, bilet koçanlarını al. Git kendini gebert göt. Su geçirmez, bölümü kapat.
2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there too.
Kartal.
Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue.
Önce koklayalım.
It smells of chewing gum. Apricot
Kayısı
flavored.
aromalı.
A touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. You think the label says tutti frutti.
Aç.
Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round letters in a woman's hand.
O Sylvie miydi? Onun yazısı olabilir.
A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile. You think, although that is not something you can read from someone's handwriting. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Throw it away, please. Your hand shakes holding the card. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest, down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you.
Her sabah seni uyur halde bırakıp dışarı çıktığında içinde bir parça hüzün oluyor. O hüznü Voyager yolu boyunca göğsümde taşıyorum yazıyor. Attığım her adımda daha da büyüyor. Benzin sınırsızlaşını ve önlemin bütünü sarmış oluyor. Tramvaya binip geriye doğru bırakıyor. Bakıyorum pantograftan kıvılcımlar düşüyor. Bu hislerin ikindi vaktinde 42'den inip sana yürümeye başlayıncaya kadar süreceğini biliyorum.
You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. You feel the ledger slip from your hand.
Bizim adımız seri mi? Yine mi bitti?
There is nothing. Again. Nothing sad, brother. No treachery, just blackout. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you, that's still there. And the small light that's on, fluttering, somewhere in the basal ganglia. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping in the water. Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow. Because it's always there.
Tell him. Tell him.
Ah, yes. In the olfactory system, they call it the apricot chewing gum scented one. It's unhealthy of them to linger on it so. But as they say, what do you do? It didn't smell nice. It smelled like betrayal.
There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on pause. Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing. Don't prod at it. It will start moving again. You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules. No. Someone is breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
Oh, but you are. They're pouring something on you. Something in you. It's
water.
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness. The upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket. The air is thick with leatherworks and...
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself, as it pours down your parched throat. The pounding in your head recedes. The darkness parts.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat. The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
What happened? You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. I carried you to my kinema to take you to a hospital. Then you came to. 10 minutes, maybe. That does sometimes happen.
Eşyalımda üstüram ve efkar defteri arada olur öyle şey. Öyle yüzleşmeler defterinden geriye kalanlar.
He replies with such understanding, it's as if the burnt-out ruins of the past were an occupational hazard. Athlete's foot for cops.
You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed? Good.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and a tool equipped in your held slot for skill bonuses. Find it under the Tools tab in your inventory.
Soluk bir matem. Kendini yukarıdan görürsün. Pansiyon odasının zemindeki mavi düşümlerin üzerinde bayılıp kalmışsın. Bunun saftan bile göz kapaklarının kımıldığını görebiliyorsun. Bir şey dikkatini çekti yoksa tıpkı birinci çiçeği gibi tatlı kokusunu dört bir yana yayan büyük beyaz bir nesi var. Küçük adam bu nesinin adını unutmuş ama yaşattıysa hala hatırlıyor. İşte hareketlenmeye başladı. Bu his onu canlandığında içgüdüsel olarak bu hisin yanından en iyi giden şey kızıl kaptan şişesine uzanıyor. Ardından dış kıyafetini yiyor ve gittikçe uzaklaşıyor. Araştırma süresi 5 saat. Bu oyundaki saat galiba. Bir hafızasının dönüşü araştırma süresi 6 saat. Ben bunu araştıracağım. Evden uzakta araştıracağım ben.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much. Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed away mug that you dug out of the garbage?
Bu işe yararını kınayarak politikaların sahibine ve böylece kurumsuz şikayetçiliğine mesela sahtekarlık ve hizmet para geçirme gibi izleyelim. Çöp olmamalı komik bir koparışlık
Understood. You're that kind of detective. Why don't you get back to your case?
Buna bakarız.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already? Attaboy. It's coming back to him. You had your mesolimbic reward pathway worried there, not thinking about drinking all that time. It was like you weren't yourself. Maybe you haven't turned out well for your drinking. Have you thought about that? Get a goddamn rum and lemonade to yourself, boy. Or better yet, lick that stain off the counter. What happened, man? You used to be cool. Go get your boring normal person drink then. Get your drink on and your act together. You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul. Of course, at this point, precise measurements of your soul can only be performed from the outside. It needs to be heard. Through a PA system. By other people. You should sing the sad small church song from that tape you found. Thought it was obvious. Serves them right. Wipe that smirk off their face with your sad, tragic song. You would need another copy of the tape first, though. The one upstairs is destroyed.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes. Absolutely out of the question.
You wait and see, cafeteria manager. Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit. Your body is ready, sire.
Kendimiz hazır bir.
Do I have a shaker in my hand? Is this a shaker?
It's not a shaker. It's nothing. He's holding nothing. It is but an imitation.
Am I wearing a little bow tie? Am I wearing a bow tie and doing this? Am I smiling? Do you see me smiling and shaking my little shaker? No. Do you know why? Because I'm not a bartender. I'm a cafeteria manager.
Play it calm. This man needs to understand you need a drink to help the community deal with police stuff.
İçki istiyorum lan yavaş. Durumun ciddiyetini anlamıyorsun. Alkolüyüm ben. Dozumu almam lazım. Cümcesi kaldırması ve vakasını istiyorsan ağzıma alkol sokman lazım.
Oh, well, in that case, let me pour you a nice, big, refreshing marinella. Do you want that out of a glass or a pineapple? Don't be an imbecile. I'm not going to serve you a marinella. I have work to do and broken things to fix. If that was all, I'd like to return to it.
Mantığımızı mı arttıralım, görselimizi mi arttıralım?
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner. Arson, petty theft, spousal abuse. Handwritten logs on dozens of investigations date back to January 51. Stamped case files, commit to paper. These are your last couple of months in Revachol, Precinct 41, Jamrock Quarter. You don't exactly close them, so without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. Inside, you see 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. It's slightly, ever so slightly, difficult to breathe once you've done so. The drawer is locked. Blue ink drips from the white pages in your hand.
Kendini gebert göt var ama bence bunu yapmamalıyım.
Hello, sweetie.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
You're a handsome man, officer, with your mustache and your chiseled jaw and that silly dimple on your chin. But dear, you're not for me. I'm too old and too married besides. You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on
Ya
the spot.
iyiyiz. Yine uyumsuzlar sesine girecek tuhaflıkta. Bak şimdi nerede olduğunu yaptım bilmiyorum, herhangi bir şey bilmiyorum. İyi misin? Sıcaklığı çok güzel. İçimden kaçmıştım.
Oh, I'm perfectly all right. I'm more worried about you. What was that?
Neresi vardı, koşuyordum, gördüm döndü. Ellerim ayıp bir şey işaret yaptı falan, sana konuşuyoruz.
Don't beat yourself up over it too much, dear. People do strange things when the old fight or flight kicks in. I'm just glad you weren't injured.
Sen ne yapar lazım canım, çıkıyor.
Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your financial troubles. When do you get your next paycheck?
You must be joking. Although our pay does sometimes feel like a joke.
It's not easy to assert your right to a decent living wage when you don't have a strong union behind you. Maybe you should talk to Everard, the union leader.
Interesting idea. This Everard sounds powerful. Maybe you can wrangle some coins out of his pocket.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry I don't have money for you. If there's anything else I can do for you, just ask. Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad. Oh my. You know where we are, right? That's right. And where is the Whirling in Rags cafeteria itself located? Yes, indeed. We are in the fine city of Revachol. Yes, great. See? We're getting somewhere. What else do you know about our city of splendor? Tattered as she may be. How would I even begin to tell you? Revachol is the most beautiful city in the world. We're fortunate to be here, you and I. I haven't seen very many other cities personally, but everyone says so. Revachol is a rare jewel. This city used to rule the world, though it has seen better days. Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes? That's right, dear. How splendid. Here, take this pen. Knowledge should always be rewarded.
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you there, but now she relaxes her shoulders.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under?
Abi
What
nereden
mode of
bileyim?
government?
Liderlerimiz at sırtında ovalar açan barbar saçlarını gördük kaçıyoruz. Mesela üstesi belirlenen hesaplamaları yapan akıllı makineler tarafından yönetiyoruz. Herkes bir döner gibi müşkilatta. Kontrolör insanları zihnini kontrol etmek gerçekçi. Deniz yabancılar ve kadınlar olduğu ya. Polis rejimi olsun yaşıyoruz.
Actually, we are not. You could say that about almost any other nation, but not Revachol. Try one more time, officer. What mode of government? Nope, sadly not. Revachol is what's called a zone of control, under an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have no government of our own, and what...
Meaning, buying is voting.
Bence yoksa polisler nasıl var? Ne diyeyim bilmiyorum. Büyük ayıplık var.
Oh dear. And you were doing so well. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution. But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
Someone more educated in sweeping matters. Maybe you should ask.
No, I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either. I'm a detective.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez.
That's a good point. This doesn't look like Rich Central.
Of course, dear. Good luck with your case.
Arabaya gideceğiz. Sylvia'yı arayacağız.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheating.
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice Canadian comes to life, like a leopard waking from its sleep, yawning and roaring at the same time. The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river.
There she is. Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights. A rat brazenly darts past you and disappears amongst the stopped lorries. In the distance, a child somewhere shrieks. A woman reprimands her in a voice no quieter.
Ah, Martinez. Let me see. Right here. No, it does not.
There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows. The first row has 18 dots. The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some. There are so many, it's hard to count. More than 150. The last row has 3 perforations. That's it.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look.
Alpha male officers who are proud of their numbers often do. It's meant.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered? That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth? Fair point. Let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see... Wow, more than 200. It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers. Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there. For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way.
You are.
There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident. But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for. Yes. Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now. Why not gardening? You've already got the yellow gloves.
The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page, to the right of the task description.
Özürcü polis. Özürcü polis ne oluyor? Koaliberal faşist komünist merkezci. Çözülen vaka 216 öldürülen insan 3 hizmet sayısı 18. De şey öteki kız arıyor.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Of course. What is the number, officer?
Kim görse silahın numarasını alır.
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi slowly begins to tap a little rhythm with his right foot.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello?
Siz karşılaştınız buradan binlerce uzaktan şu. Merhaba, ben polisin işindeki son günlerine dair bazı sorular olacak. Ben saçmıştık bana öğreneyim.
Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
İsmini gördün mü? Çöpemi nasıl düşünüyorsun?
Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law.
This exact conversation has happened before. Establishing authority before this young girl seems to have been important to you in the past. Don't go there again.
Oh, no. I haven't, sorry.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? Right. It's better to not ask too many questions, lest people start thinking you're a cop or something.
You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir.
Why not?
Maybe, I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off right now. No, not me. No, sorry, I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the Union's phone, or the one on the coast.
So the Union has a phone, and there's one further down the coast.
Telefon sandıkta bir tane.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
Yeah, go on. No, I don't know. It wasn't me. I haven't been out there since. I was terrified of the stench and the corpse. Well, you tried to jam it down the toilet, sir, clogging it completely. After I had unclogged the toilet and retrieved the paperwork, I threw it out in the trash, thinking you didn't need it. I am sorry about that. Anything else, detective? Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective. You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating, and... you were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes. It got pretty graphic.
Dostlar ekstra sebepleri için yalvarınız bunun sırrı atası sözünüzü sonra da intihar konu şapkada.
Oh, those again. I have been trying to wean you off them. You know, when you put your gun, your actual gun, on your temple and pretend to shoot your brains out, off of that, people don't like that. I remember this. You were screaming things like, "My brains are all over the wall, painting them red. I won't be seeing it, 'cause these are my brains. I can't see without my brains." Very nice visuals there.
No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like big bucks cannot lie and guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns. It almost looked like you pawned it, but believe me, I did not ask. I do hope so. Please don't call me again. Bye.
Empati bir saniye sana niye kızdım ki? Ne olur başarısın.
She doesn't have a problem with you. It must be someone else she's angry about. Some other guy. Like God. You know women and their constant problems. Yak, yak, nag, nag. How's one supposed to get the love going like that? That's where you step in. You're Lieutenant Love, matchmaker extraordinaire. Help the poor girl out, lest she turns into a spinster.
İçselleştirilmiş kadın düşmanı olmadığını da yapamaz mıyım?
Not a spinster, my God. You have to intervene on behalf of the International Lavatory Fund. First, calm her down. Tell her you've got everything under control. Think you can do that, Lieutenant Love?
No. What?
God, what is happening in your head?
Oh God. Please, just stay out of my life.
What? What is it?
Call was terminated by the other party. Anything else, officer?
It's on. The love quest is on. Too late, everyone. It's on. Take it to God now.
57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the...
Masrafları da şimdi gün sonu bilgilendirmesi polis kimliğinizin suç beyanınızın suç tamam ki toplu Garte'yi kurbanı kırdınız. Bunu sormaya gittim, söylemedi. Bir içki bul ve iç. Baktık yok. Şu Garte ile konuşmamız lazım. Hem aşk görevi için hem de öteki görev için. Sonra da buraya girebiliyoruz. Gartel'le sonra konuşuruz.
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Goransi and Kubek. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Goransi Kubek. Please, it's not funny. The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air. He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots. It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove. The man ponders his cooking.
Yes?
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on old cobalt paint, rough on the fingers. 40, 50 years since this was painted, maybe. It leads to a side building, adjacent to this one. The old building next to this, half ruined. Whatever is behind it must be older.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads? Yes. I suppose it's worth seeing if we can get in. Just to be thorough. As a side investigation. Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
The door does not budge.
Gart'e bir sürü sorulacak şeyimiz var.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for.
Kurbanın kıyafetini buldum.
How strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
Peki konuyu hatırlamıyorsun. Belki de bir yazarın hedefi şu an yapayım. Bir şey değil mi?
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene.
Belki de kodunu hatırlamıyorsun.
The trash collection service, CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threats that solves itself down the road. Thank you anyway.
I think fugue states are more your forte, officer. Yes. God.
Oh, but he should be. Lay it on him. Of course you do. This was your plan all along. This is how you fix it for them. By answering the woman question.
Abi kadına küfür etmek zorunda mıyız?
I don't like this. There doesn't seem to be another way.
Wonderful.
It is, It's wonderful.
What? What does that mean? Cock carousel.
Bu kadar Yedeğini duvara sebep ders anlatma zaman bilmenizi şu an için yapıyoruz.
God, does it mean you talked to her? What else did she say about me?
What else do you need?
Aşağı yukarı bu kadardı. Bilmesen daha iyi.
He looks at you, spinning your arms, then leans on the corner and sighs. His head drops between the shoulders.
She broke the bird, you know. The great skewer. I found it on the ground with a broken wing. On the morning she left. I should have known. It was her way of telling me to piss off. I should stuff it up my arse.
Or you broke the bird. It can also be that. I think Sylvie even. Yes, the bird is connected to this. It's a symbol of hope, and she broke it.
Huh. Cock carousel. I think I understand now. That's what they ride until, like, 39. They ride the cock carousel until the clock runs out. Here, have the rest. Now, let me have a drink and think about this shit for a moment. On my own.
And there we have it. Isn't that beautiful?
Ve alkol aldık. Bunu nasıl şey yapacağız? İşiyoruz.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? But it will not happen. The mug talk.
Ha. Eyvallarından birini koyacağız, okey. Sahip.
Well, hello. Someone seems to have found himself a bottle of alcohol. Light reflects off the green glass of the Commodore Red. The gods have been generous. Wow, the gods of mass production have made this alcohol container laughably easy to open. A child could have done it. There's a satisfying pop as the cork jumps out, and the hair on your back rises like an army at attention. You've been here before. Welcome back, detective. Nothing. Some mental stuff. Nothing to be worried about. A golden sun melts down your throat. Its rays filling your nostrils with sunshine. Your stomach melts from it into a happy, gooey mess. So does your mind. All the bad things are melting. You're you again. A real cop. A real detective. Incredibly well done.
Kızıl kaptan alkol görev almadığı bir ilişki kazansın.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's an alcohol button. Alcohol gives +1 to physique skills. Physical instrument, half light, electrochemistry, endurance, pain threshold, and shivers. This is good before rolling a white check, but damages your morale.
From the void we came, and to the void we must return.
Çocuklara sorayım o zaman. %10. Bu arkada
Yes?
çalışılacak bir şeymiş. Bilseydim daha erken çalışırdım bunları.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers them. The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message, written in the language of... Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags. This is point A. The driver started and then accelerated straight into the fence, left a hole big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry. The driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before hitting the adjacent building. Before heading south. Must have been in a hurry.
I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents waiting to happen in Martinez. With the jam right here on the roundabout, I would keep them separate.
You could follow the tracks south. There seems to be a canal there. See where they went, if you find the time.
You are correct. This is a rather motor carriage-friendly city.
Güneye bir bakalım ya.
You see a Samarran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, the name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer! Everything's cool here. Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer, you're very cool. Bang, bang, bang, bang!
You feel a twitch in your index fingers. There's a finger shootout brewing.
What? No finger pistols, officer? Pew pew!
The lieutenant nods approvingly.
You're right, officer. 100%. No playing around then. Strictly business. Maybe I can interest you in some premium menswear instead. Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too. Try them on right here. No shame, only freedom. Good joke, officer! Here we don't have permits, just economic freedom. Take a look around.
You glance around the decrepit buildings, the miserable weather, the sidewalks strewn with sunflower seeds and a dust-choked air.
It's beautiful. Beautiful freedom.
It is, yes. Anyone can set up their shop whenever they feel like it.
That's right. No permits, no bureaucracy. That's why this city and its law officials are so cool. Hyper cool. No need for discounts at ceilings, officer. Everything's already on sale. Anything you want, 50% off.
But did he first mark them up 100%, just so that he could put them on sale?
My man, you know how the game is played. You and me, we should work together. What do you think? Shake things up? I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, distributors, manufacturers, wholesalers, all extremely cool and above board. anything for you. You mean these delicious pre-packaged shelf-stable meal kits? Really easy to cook, no hassle, really cheap too. Buy some, try them out.
No hassle. There's a little of a hassle here, it appears. A moral hassle.
No problem here, officer. I get all this from one of my suppliers. And next, oh, he's a good guy. I think you'd get along. I'll let you know the next time he's around.
Interesting.
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All reversal.
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola. Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Seaguy archipelago was colonized by Revachol. It's a bit of a slur, in other words.
Very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories. It's super nice of you to apologize for colonialism. But the Apricot Suzerainty is a shithole. That's why I left. That's so cool, officer. Speaking of, why not support an independent local entrepreneur by buying some pens and glasses?
Start with a little compliment,
Başarılı.
then work your way up from there. This is about business, remember.
Oh, okay. But why, officer? An investment? What kind of investment?
Bana yani son derece yönesel bir insana yatırım yapmış olacaksınız. İşsiz kazanç oranım aklına alır. Sattığım insanın yardımlarına elle koymayacağım. Ben bir polisim ve her şeyimle işlere yatırım yapmış olacaksın. İşleri tabanına yatırım yapmış olacaksın. Muslukta çalışasın istersen önce musluk yapmak gerek. O değil mi?
I hear you, officer. What kind of a sum are we talking about here? Sounds like a fair deal all around.
Devletten anlık bankasına çıkarım.
Corruption.
It's just like bus or seagull. A kid watching out of a window describing things going by. He doesn't...
Para ihtiyacımız var abi.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque. This panel usually closes the water lock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed Samaran butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything. A rusting this panel, you pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft... Nothing happens. Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind blowing in from the... The spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the water lock to get across the canal. Some other way. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
G'day to you, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them.
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh? Then again, plenty of daredevil drivers in Revachol. Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here, especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then. Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it. Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins. It's supposed to operate the waterlock, but as noted, it's all junk right now. Disabled because of the blockage. Safety measure. Turns out the panel needs a special key to be reactivated. Wouldn't want anyone moving the waterlock with debris still in the channel. It'll be restarted on Wednesday morning. You want to do the honors when the time comes? Great! Just drop in on Wednesday if you want to see the waterlock at work. They say the canal crew will be here at 7:15.
The coast part of the map is inaccessible until the third day.
Sure thing.
It is salty, it is savory, it is chewy. The hangover only makes the salami more tasty.
Want some too, officer?
Why not?
Beleş salam abi.
And a gatherer, feel like a traveler.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
From another planet. Hey there. It's the jam, my man.
The air from the east is thick with the smell of crude oils, heavy metals and other byproducts of the modern era. You could...
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight, no explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days. Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
Mazout.
Everyone's a critic, man. It's okay. I've been here a whole week already. So tell me, what do you need?
Evet, bir karışmış beş bozuktu kadar mısın? Bana şeyden biraz bahset.
It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out.
Going on strike would probably help you dodge a bullet or two.
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
Ka-ching.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
Maybe you should. Cops don't get paid much and the hours are long. Plus, you can get shot. Why not?
The RCM is a self-managing organization that operates on donations. We promote our own leaders. It would be like striking against your own mother.
Huh.
Yes, but do continue. You were asking about the strike?
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do. Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient, the better. When one's ended, you can get onto the next one.
Bu elektrokimya partici.
He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and deep beneath a cool exterior.
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Relax. He's merely joking.
Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice, clean business. This haul of cargo is mostly sporting goods. You know, tracksuits and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grad and the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately. Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road. This rockin' beauty. Sure is, like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of found rust bucket. Maybe the A6.
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keep him busy.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs. A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees. Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work. The bosses, man. Yeah, it sure ain't good for me. Or you. I'd spare a coin or two for a city cop down in his luck. If I had saved 4 myself. Don't be a stranger.
old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air. A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, the opulent, father of Philip IV." As you look up, you notice something about the statue. There are some odd indentations on the king's chest piece. Something with great kinetic energy seems to have impacted the cuirass, around where the heart is. A bullet? Someone shot him in the heart. Interesting.
Okay, I can't see it, but I take your word for it. Well, Martinez is riddled with bullet holes. This place saw a lot of action during the revolution. But the statue is recently renovated, so maybe a joke? Target practice or a political statement? Why not? What this shows us is guns aren't too uncommon here, and people still shoot them, sometimes at kings.
The king stands high above you, surveying the bay, mute and indifferent to your sightings. Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy. Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola. Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices.
Altı musluk falan. Tabii olabilir.
He called it the Sol Auron. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person. But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction. You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry, he was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy. Not just any nose candy, though. We're talking Royal Philippian Blow, allegedly twice as potent as the stuff you find nowadays. And purple. Philippian cocaine was purple. Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum. The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn of the century revolution, when Martinez was leveled. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the communards had more time, they would have reduced it up to even finer pieces. Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit. People in Martinez tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists. Philip III, the Squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, Doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. Not that he ever did in life either.
Başka hiçbir şey basamıyorum orada. %24 olmuş oğlum, bunu bilseydim daha erken basardım ben.
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and the photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile. No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her.
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone. Why? I just told you why.
Milletin parasını çalıp çırpıyoruz ha.
Bastards! We have a right to work! Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
Good. We're fighting for a cause here. Right to work! Right to work!
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence. Might be time. Don't let the fat bastards tread on you. Cops tend to side with the higher-ups, but you're essentially still workers. I don't trust cops, but I can see you understand the
Right to work! Right to work!
rights of people, rights of workers, to have gainful employment, to make a salary, and feed their families.
His manner of speaking is wooden, the tone of voice bland and uninspired, almost as if compiling replies from a set of learned phrases.
Maybe you should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living here.
Shame on you!
We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scab.
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests.
Kaçırdım, dürüst adamlar ve kadınlara hakları var, çalışma hakları, bir genç ve yarım hakları, kamusal çıkarlarına mücadele eder.
We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do! Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying to meet their fat boss. Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
We are not picking a side in this just yet, sir.
Pity. Let us work! We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
The physically impressive man tower has turned his attention back to the gates. He ignores your presence.
Scab?
You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to do with the flask he reaches for from time to time.
A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses. Gotta be bloody stupid or freaking evil to scab. Or I guess scared, maybe. But scared of what? Of who? Personally, I'd rather beg than scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something. We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time.
Big guy. He means the leader of the scabs.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the wild north? Come to see the strife? You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike too. Just can't break the command structure and tell you now.
My friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range awaits. I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
If it's all so simple, why don't the strikebreakers just go up the stairs?
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go in. Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini Supremus is there. Walk right past him. Then press the button to unlock the door. Then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Está. Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best Measurehead in a physical confrontation. Or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible. Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong. Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not enough intuition. Sure, Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin lands into your hand as if it has always belonged there.
Always glad to help out the RCM. Shame I can't do more. Things are meager at the moment due to... You know, the winter's fat is slowly running out and all. Still better than scabbing, though. Nothing to worry about, really. The jam's a bit of a mess, cargo can't get in or out. The rationing is a bit stricter is all. Supplies should last a strike, though. I'm always glad to help out when possible. Not like these slithering scabs.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
Oh, that's the tear machine. It's a machine for tear. You know, you find tear outside, like bottles or whatever, and put it in the machine, then it gives you money. You need a bag, I guess. We used to have some, but we gave them all out, so feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. I'm sure there are some out there, somewhere.
Para toplama şeysi olarak önemli zaten de. Poşeti nereden bulacağız?
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste. Their logo is the bloodless rose, pure white, untouched by harm.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma. I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Duramine is a really good painkiller. Magnesium is a dietary supplement. Hypnogamma is... I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of partying, studying, or exercising. No, sorry. I'm not like a doctor or anything.
Nosafed heals +1 health. Duramine heals +3 health. Magnesium heals +1 morale. Hypnogamma heals +3 morale.
Çok pahalı.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Fritta slogan on the back. The packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed. No need to worry about knocking over a display.
What is what? It's a raincoat. If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
Her attention is drawn to the raincoats. Stealing one undetected will now be more difficult.
Niye çalayım? İstemiyorum çalmak.
A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall, inviting you closer. The bottles wink at you in the light. The smokes too glitter in their wrapping. It's like looking into a kind of heaven. Your knees are weak. There, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol. The beauty, the truth, the poetry of it all.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health, but I guess you already know that. Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
I don't know. Frit? A 7 to 11 grocery store? I think they think that the extra tea makes it funkier. It doesn't.
The story goes that normal Fritta, with 2 T's, a men's workwear shop in Vredefort, was already taken. So when Fritta Retail Inc. grew into a multinational corporation, they had to add an extra letter to avoid trademark infringement.
You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. They're kind of mean. It's about who's the most stylish. No,
We are not the fashion police. We're the real police.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but... I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so... I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
Okay. Not really. No. I didn't know him at all. I don't know, really long. Uh-huh.
Abi bak. Kız o kadar tilt ki. Boş bir abla yani. Üşümeyiz.
Welcome to Revachol.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you. It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
Artık kendi kaderimizi çizmemiz için önümüzdeki kendi fırsatına geliyoruz.
Oh, come on, man. I just said welcome to Revachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure you behave.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
I haven't learned anything I didn't know before.
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Whatever you say, officers.
He smells of heavy motor oils, and his breath of high tar content cigarettes, probably Astra Whites.
Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. Haven't seen anything that funny in a while. God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
He doesn't live in Martinez.
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation. The strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month, 2 months maybe. But this here is just the last week or so. Apples.
Apples.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Yeah, apples. I take it you had other questions? Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but... apples.
Apples is
Look, as detective. I come from a long line of lorrymen. We got ancient rights and privileges. Oh, I'm here to pick up a load of fucking apples, man. Just regular, Koiko picked apples.
Damn, you're not gonna get more out of him on this. He's put up the wall of racism.
Oh yeah, they're a big deal. My great-grandfather was a carter, had a royal license and everything. We've tried to hold on to our privileges. Sure fucking is. We have a guild and everything, huh? Very ancient, very prestigious. Goddamn right. They've been trying to fuck us out of our heritage in the name of profit. But when they try to replace us, trusting street thugs with their goods is going to fuck them right up the ass. Mark my words. Generations of practice ain't no laughing matter.
Son olarak şuraya bakacağım ve çıkacağım. İlk defa bu kadar uzun yayın açıyorum. Saat 3 oldu. Bayılacağım.
Can't you see I'm throwing rocks? Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got?
The kid moves his hands like a basketball player dribbling fast.
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it? Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno. Listen, listen. Kuno doesn't care about this small-time shit. Just listen. Kuno saw what you did there, dumpster diving. Sad shit. Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price. 500 real.
You'd have to be blind not to notice the giant white letters F-A-L-N running down his trousers.
Halim, biz bunları da görmüştük daha önce.
Pig, these are found modulars. Liquid fit, performance crotch, urban survival shit. Made in Mirova by scientists. Pants scientists. Believe it, you need this shit.
These could drastically improve your chances of survival in the urban wilderness. Coach Physical Instrument endorses these pants. They are tartan ready. They will also make you into an idiot.
Alright, Pickle, shit's rolling.
Don't do business with the pig, Kuno. He's gonna steal all your money, Kuno.
As you can see, Kuno and C don't trust you. Can't do business without trust.
There's more to his distrust than being a pig. He feels threatened by something obscure in you. What that is, however, remains a puzzle for now.
The fuck? A mug in the trash? Is this about the fucking clothes again? Yeah, Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's got that fast brain. You saying you pigs are after the mug fucker, 'cause he's the clothes fucker?
I can't hear you, Kuno. Speak louder, Kuno.
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get tied to the radiator. Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if he did, he wouldn't squeal. But if you find out, maybe you can...
Tell the Kuno who it was. He's curious. He likes putting two and two together here.
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno. They're trying to get you hooked on the snitching. Get away from my Kuno.
Yeah, get your bacon shit away. Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the popo. Get your shit done and out of Kuno's face. Dunno, Kiptas Gardener used to work there?
Kipt is a pejorative term used to describe people of South Seminese or Areopagite descent. It used to be a common first name among the Areopagites of Ilmara. Not so much anymore.
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno. Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit.
Yeah, her. What was she doing in the greenhouse in March anyway? What kind of gardening is done in March? Yes, it seems suspicious. You don't like things being like that. Suspicious.
Look at that fucking shit. You're trying to get Kuno killed. Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking acrobat.
The lieutenant takes a quick note in his notebook.
It's a trap, Kuno. Don't climb it, Kuno.
That's just some shit roofing gimps left behind, lazy dinks.
He's hiding something. Of course, sire. Better not anger the Kuno with this silliness. We regret bringing it up. 1,000 years of misfortune upon us. for bringing it up.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno doesn't fucking care.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eye.
Active decay.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna...
Active decay.
He's about to blow! Cop's...
%43 olmuş.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material.
Burası çatı galiba.
The door is closed. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. This door can only be opened with a... Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a... Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a...
Burada gizli bir geçit falan var mı? Baktım da. Ben burada yayını kapıyorum ve yatıyorum. Bayılacağım yoksa. Herkese iyi akşamlar. Bu arada yayın kayda duracak zaten. İzlemek isteyen varsa izler. İyi akşamlar, görüşürüz.